Good evening, everyone, and welcome to City Council meeting. Today's date is Tuesday, June 1st, 2021. I'll call this regular meeting to order at 6:33 p.m. and pledge allegiance led by Councilmember Pu tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Please rise and face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice and liberty for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Liao,
Here.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Here.
Councilmember Harrington,
Here.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Here.
Councilmember Pu.
Here.
Thank you. We will start with some announcements from our Chief City Clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on cable channel 3 and our online platforms. Please email all public comments to cityclerk@sgch.org no later than the time the item is considered by the council tonight. Comments will be read for up to 3 minutes each. Comments received after the end of the public comment section will be forwarded to the City Council after the meeting. If you wish to be added to the distribution list to receive City Council agendas, please email your request to cityclerk@sgch.org.
Thank you. Well, I guess next item is the approval of agenda order. Due to the great amount of public interest in continued business item 6A, I request the council's consent to consider that item first tonight. So is there a motion to approve the agenda order as so amended?
I'll move.
Okay, motion by Councilwoman Menchaca
I second.
and second by Councilmember Pu. Assistant City Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Great. Clerk, please reintroduce item 6A.
Thank you,
Continue.
Mayor. Continued business item A, consideration of resolution number 21-19, expressing a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon for his attempt to undermine legislation and the ballot initiative process and place the safety of the general public at risk. At the May 18th, 2021 City Council meeting, Councilmember Harrington presented this item and Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney Eric Sidal, as Vice President of the Association of Deputy District Attorneys, provided his association's perspective. At that meeting, technical difficulties interrupted this item during clarifying discussion, so we will begin tonight at that point. We have Mr. Sidal with us again tonight to answer any questions from council.
Thank you. So I guess we'll continue with this continuing business. Does any council member have factual question to clarify for this report? Since Mr. Sidal must leave at the meeting by 7:30 p.m. So we still have about 1 hour to ask him. So please ask any question of him at this time. Any council member have questions?
There don't seem to be any interest, Mayor.
I think I have a procedural question. Are we starting fresh or are we presenting again? That's my procedural question.
I think the understanding is that we're continuing from the prior meeting. So the prior presentation is deemed as having been presented. My understanding is that presentation was broadcast out. as
But
part-
my understanding is that it was cutting it out. Parts of what it is. I mean, I don't know what part people may have missed, what parts people that are attending now may be able to hear from the recording. I'm just not sure. So that's a question for you, Mayor. Should we start fresh, or should we like assume that everyone knows what's going on?
In my opinion, maybe we should start fresh, but just make the introduction brief, since we have, Mr. Sadal's here, and we don't want to miss him when he has to leave at 7:30. So maybe start from the beginning and just, state your comments why you introduced this resolution number 21-19.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So yeah, I'll just give a quick recap. There's several reasons that I asked this to be on the agenda, and I appreciate you considering it for this resolution of no confidence. I'd say there's 5 main points that I have, and I'll kind of just keep them brief so that the people that were here last time can recap, and people that were not available to attend or couldn't hear because of technical difficulties are able to understand the reason behind this resolution. I'd say the first reason is that I don't believe any council members here ran for office with the understanding that we aren't going to prosecute criminals. I think to a person, we each ran on public safety and providing safety to the residents and visitors of San Gabriel. So that's a major reason why this no confidence resolution actually should be adopted by the city, because the special directives issued by the district attorney do not protect our residents, or really anyone in our city. A second reason is the hypothesis that District Attorney Gascon cites some studies that say criminals with lesser charges commit crimes at a lower rate. The studies cited don't actually say that, and I have yet to find. I've done a lot of research. I've not found a study that says that not prosecuting criminals reduces criminal behavior. Not prosecuting crimes reduces criminal behavior. The third reason why this council should adopt the resolution is in California, victims have a constitutional right to justice. That's the victims. And these directives make no mention of victims anywhere. They simply ignore victims. Prosecutors have a duty to seek justice for crime victims as well as the people that perpetrate the crimes. And justice doesn't mean prosecuting everybody. Justice means seeking justice for everyone, including the victim, the person that is charged with the crime, and the community at large. It's not just hey, let's prosecute everybody. The fourth reason, and I'll give some examples to this, is that we as a council should not have confidence in anyone that refuses to do their job, especially those charged with public safety. And finally, we are, as council, elected to protect the residents. And this is especially so when others that are elected to do the same refuse or are unable to do so. And so I'll hone in on some just straight logic that I wasn't really able to get to last time, and then I'll leave it to council to ask some questions. But when I say no confidence in the district attorney, I have questions for the council. These aren't to be answered; these are rhetorical. And I want you to ask yourself: would you have confidence in a police officer that refused to arrest people that are obviously committing crimes? Would you have confidence in a police chief that refuses to allow their officers to arrest entire categories of crimes? Would you have confidence in a public works director that refused to pave some streets? Well, my proposition here is that We don't have confidence in a DA that refuses to prosecute entire categories of crimes and apply the available charges and sometimes the mandatory charges, even for heinous crimes. So, and I'll give an example. Does anyone in the council believe that San Francisco vastly improved from 2011 to 2020 or 2019 when the district attorney Gascon was district attorney in San Francisco? Because if you believe that, I implore you to visit San Francisco. It has the highest rate of so-called low-level crimes, or as the people call them, quality of life crimes in the United States. Those are direct results of these same types of directives. So the goal here is to make sure LA County does not become San Francisco County or city and county of San Francisco, which that was the district attorney Gascon's previous tenure. And so I have a lot more questions that I'll ask of Prosecutor Siddell, as well as our police chief. But I just want people to have an open mind and ponder that. I mean, those are pretty basic questions. There's not a whole lot of nuance there. I mean, we have a pretty excuse me, a pretty straightforward question, and it's: do you have confidence in somebody that refuses to do their job, whether they wholeheartedly believe that that's their role or not? When the law says you have to do something and you refuse to do it, I really think that we, as the representatives of our community, need to speak out. And that's what this resolution is. It's speaking out, saying we do not agree with not charging and prosecuting people that have been arrested for crimes when there's sufficient evidence that that person committed a crime. With that, I will introduce Associate District Attorney, Deputy District Attorney Eric Siddell. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for having me speak to your city and your city council on this important issue. I think some of the things I said before, I'll try to summarize quickly so we can get to questions. But one of the things I want to make sure that everyone understands is I'm speaking on behalf of the Association of Deputy District Attorneys as the Vice President. I'm not speaking on behalf of Mr. Gascon or the District Attorney's Office, nor do I have any affiliation with any recall effort of Mr. Gascon that has started already. I've been a Deputy District Attorney since 2007. I've prosecuted sex crimes, gang crimes, crimes against peace officers, from Compton all the way up to Sylmar. So pretty much most of the county. One of the things I've always been very proud about the LA District Attorney's Office is that it has really led the state in terms of reform and the reform movements in the criminal justice system. But I think what you are seeing right now in terms of what Mr. Gascon has been doing with these special directives is a very extremist version of those reforms. And at this point, it seems like the reform needs to have some reform in it. This is what your city council can do in terms of making a no confidence vote, along with all your other sister cities. The hope, I think, in those no confidence votes is that some of the policies will change. And Mr. Gascon has changed his policies when political pressure political pressure is applied, such as when he changed his position on hate crime, the hate crimes allegation. As many of you know, Los Angeles County right now is experiencing some of the highest crime rates in this century. And these reforms are not going to help in terms of curbing those crime rates. One of the many things that Mr. Gascon did on top of everything else is he got rid of parole review. So district attorneys are no longer showing up at parole hearings. So as the state considers a record amount of people being released from state prison, there will not be a district attorney on behalf of Los Angeles County representing the interests of the people of Los Angeles County. Every other county will have that except for Los Angeles. And that is because of his special directives. There will be no prosecution on certain quality of life crimes. There is no discretion for that type of prosecution. Most quality of life crimes in the DA's office in the past, there has been a lot of discretion, and there has been efforts to try to keep people away from entering the criminal justice system. But there are certain types of people, and there are certain occasions where those quality of life crimes must be prosecuted. These directives give no discretion to that whatsoever. And most importantly, we go to the allegations and the sentencing alternatives. You got rid of the big gun allegation, the 12022.53 allegation, which is an extremely powerful tool that prosecutors had, an effective tool that certain studies have shown have drastically reduced the amount of gun violence on our streets. It is no surprise that once this gun allegation was removed from consideration, that shootings in Los Angeles skyrocketed across the county. He also got rid of the gang allegation, a very important tool that was used by our prosecutors to deal and target some of the most heinous gang crimes in Los Angeles. Got rid of all of that. Again, no discretion, no prosecutorial discretion, got rid of that tool immediately, even though that tool has been voted on not only by the state legislature. In fact, when the gang allegation first passed, it was passed unanimously by the state legislature. And of course, he got rid of strikes. This is where our lawsuit as a union, we went in because he was disobeying the law. Our union went in and sued him and got a preliminary injunction against the DA. I don't know of any time in history that has ever been done. But the court said, you can't just start ignoring the law. You must enforce the law. That's your job. We also saw a major reorganization of some of the gang and narcotics units within this office. For example, the gang unit was reduced by 50%. It carries an active caseload of some of the most complex homicides in the entire county, of about 700 cases. He reduced it from 50 to 25 DAs. That means you have 25 DAs in Los Angeles County, the gang capital of the world, that are charged with dealing with gang crimes. That's outrageous. And it's going to affect your safety. He also reduced the major narcotics units, so that basically a person who is charged with selling dope on your corner is going to face the same penalties as a major cartel selling hundreds of kilos of cocaine. These types of reductions, this type of abandonment of our core mission is going to start to endanger the people of Los Angeles, and possibly, because we have received, over the past couple of decades, we have really enjoyed a fragile peace. And that fragile peace has allowed for many communities throughout the entire county to flourish. Communities like Watts, where there was tremendous violence for decades and decades, were experiencing a unique moment of peace in their neighborhoods. And this fragile peace is being interrupted and possibly destroyed for the near future because of these directives. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think one of the things that is important to note, that one of the main reasons why these directives, or one of the reasons why Mr. Gascon says these directives are important, is that he says that studies show that each additional sentence year causes a 4 to 7% increase in recidivism. I've read that study. That study is talking about low-level offenders. So a person who is a drug abuser, those types of people. This study had nothing to do with the deterrent effect of long sentences. And in fact, it specifically said in the study that it did not go into that issue, and it referred the reader to other studies. Those other studies show that laws like 3 strikes have been extremely effective in the state of California. So to say somehow that the science and data point to one answer is simply false. There is a lot of ambiguity in this. Altogether, looking at the totality of what is going on, your community should be concerned about these directives.
Okay, thank you. As a matter of fact, I had a chance to meet with DA Gascon through St. Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. So yeah, he's talked about his criminal justice reform, and he mentioned about science and data. But however, I think probably the reason crime, and we don't have to look at the data, is just the common sense now. It's like every day we have certain type of heinous crimes, and 2 weeks ago we had murder in our city while we having our council meeting. And today there was another shootout to the District 5 in LA County. And unfortunately, this kind of thing is happening every day. And so I'm very concerned, and especially hate crimes. You know, we have President signed the COVID-19 hate crime bill. We have Attorney General set aside, funding for victims' crime. And as a matter of fact, we're trying to ask the governor to give us API, some kind of funding to help the victims, but also to educate our communities. So all these things going on, it's not in the direction that he's talking about. He wants to reform, and of course I have concern with all these directives. I think that last time I asked you about the 3 strikes law. So it was approved by the voters, in 1994, and then later on it was a revised, another version of the 3 strikes, but still the laws is there. And one thing I never can understand is about this no cash bail, because do you know the timing? Because we have voters, and voters say, well, we still want this cash bail systems, but then this directive was introduced before the voters' approval, or what's the situation? Do you know?
Right. So the California legislature passed SB 10, and SB 10 drastically changed the way that bail was done within the state of California. The initiative that you're talking about, Mr. Mayor, repealed that and returned us back to a cash bail system. Mm-hmm. So the voters, although I think I slightly disagree with them on this one, because I think that it was SB 10 was a good law, but the voters changed it. They wanted to keep cash bail like it was, and they voted for it, and that's what the state approved. So that's okay. A good.
Well, and yeah, because it was passed by 56.41%, but the Dia Gaston still insists, I believe, that he doesn't want this cash bail system. See, that's another question: is does he have the power to do that?
So the judges are the ones who ultimately decide bail. The DA can make recommendations to bail, mm-hmm. but it is the judge who decides. The problem comes at filing. When the DA files the case, they ask for the bail to be set at what it's been set at. And what he's doing on many occasions is asking for $0 bail or $1 bail. And that means that those people can be released immediately because of that. So that's where the prosecutor kind of comes into the bail system at the filing stage. Now, the judge can always increase the bail or they could decrease the bail. But that has been extremely problematic. And I think what you see a lot happening is officers are writing the reports out. They're literally writing their reports of what crime just occurred as the guy is being released from the jail and walking by the officer. It's crazy. And you hear officers constantly complaining about this new system, and people with serious charges are being released. So it's problematic. And it's, again, as you pointed out, it's something that is not, the voters didn't want that. The voters voted for a cash bail system.
Yes. So, well, some can be determined by the voters, but also legislators. But for instance, the AB 109, and it was passed down to LA County. I just have a question for you. Recently, there is a talk about state wants to release 76,000 inmates. How based on what kind of you're talking about the hearing, or what kind of crimes, and the judge can release 76,000 all at one time. I think that's that just sounds hard to believe, but it is true. I have heard maybe 42 county DAs already say something that they did not like that. So hey, can you tell us more about that?
So under Prop 57, the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, the state prison system, has a tremendous amount of power in how to award credits, and they can have, so they can award credits even to violent criminals at a higher rate and make those people eligible for release at an earlier stage. They can also, and this is what they did, was they changed the percentage of good time, work time credits. Now, when you hear good time, work time, what do you think? You think you're being good, right? And you're working. That's not what good time, work time credits. Good time, work time credits really just mean you're sitting there and you haven't gotten into any trouble, and you automatically get those credits to your prison sentence. So certain sentences, certain violent felonies, for example, they get 80% credit. What the CDCR, the California Department of Corrections, wants to do, or they are doing, is they're going to lower that, or they're going to increase the good time, work time credits. So, for example, some people that would normally get 80% will now get 50%. In other words, their sentence will be reduced by half. That's how those people are going to get released. From what I understand, and correct, I could be wrong on this, I don't think they're just going to immediately release 77,000 people. It's just that those people will be eligible for early release. So I don't want to sound too alarmist, like the prisoners are coming out. But there is another issue, is that we, first, in terms of lifers, we don't have DAs representing us on parole hearings. That's number one. But number two, it doesn't seem like the state has a plan, or an effective plan, to reintegrate prisoners who are leaving the prison system back into the community. So they're going to be released back into the community, and most likely, if the data and the science teach us anything, they're going to reoffend within 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard that before. Prop 47, Prop 57, the money that we save. At that time, I believe, I don't remember, millions of dollars. And with that money, they're gonna build some kind of a rehab center, for drug addicts, and maybe counseling for mental health, all that. But however, I think, unfortunately, I think we haven't done enough. Maybe just not enough time, or maybe not enough money. We're talking about taxpayer have to pay 80,000 per prisoner, and just depends how many that we release from those Prop 47 and 57, and we could, I think we could have substantial money to build a rehab center, or provide any kind of mental health services. But I think we got to do a more comprehensive reform, not just the EA's reform, jails reform. Foremost, I think we have to teach them job skills, to become an electrician, plumber, and that kind of stuff. But I don't see them doing it. And in our county, we are fortunate. We do have it's called a homeboys industry, and founded by Father Boyle, and he helped, I don't know, hundreds the people that got out of jails and provide them jobs. So I agree, jobs and not jails, but we have to teach them how to make a living. So the whole picture is bigger than just the DA wants to do this, criminal justice reform. And I look at all these directives. I think I kind of agree most of them, especially the capital punishment, the death penalty. And again, it was voted by the voters. Even though it would go back and forth, but I think last time was 2016. The voters defeated Prop 62 and passed Prop 66. So the voters want to see death penalty. But of course, our governor put the moratorium. But do you know how long this moratorium can last?
Well, the governor could have the moratorium as long as he's governor. The moratorium will end when if the next governor decides to continue on with the death penalty. I think one of the things that is often misunderstood about Los Angeles is that in terms of the death eligible percentage of people, because if you commit a murder, you're not automatically eligible for the death penalty. In California, there are only certain types of murders that are eligible for the death penalty. For example, if you commit murder in the federal system, there's two punishments: death or life. That's it. In California, only certain types of murders are eligible. Of those certain types of murders that were eligible under the previous administration, I think between 5 to 2% of those were selected for the death penalty. In other words, it was very rarely used. It was used on the most heinous of heinous cases. And as you point out correctly, the voters did pass the death penalty. They passed a proposition to enhance the death penalty, but they also voted down an initiative to abolish the death penalty. So that is another reason, or that is another area where he is not following the will of the voter. However, that's well within his prerogative. A district attorney very much has the ability to not use and select the death penalty. And I think that there can be very little criticism of that selection because of all the moral issues that surround the death penalty as well. If he truly does not believe in the death penalty, it would be unethical, I think, for him to start asking for the death penalty as a prosecutor.
Okay. Another question is about the youth. So the youth justice, in St. Gabriel, we do have, it's called Asian Youth Center. And for past 20 some years, we have a gang intervention program. We help our young people, commit misdemeanor crimes, and they come to Asian Youth Center for counseling. And we do have probate officers too, to work with them. So yeah, for I'll say non-serious, crimes, I want to help these young people, no doubt about it. We want to correct them to the right way. However, I think if it's a serious killer, mass shootings nowadays, and also it could be serial murderers. But for those, you would think, well, can I be trial as an adult because they could be 17 years old, but then their physical and maybe appear to be more mature than 25 years old. So I think it depends on certain crimes. We could do a better job for youth reform, but for those serious criminals, I think we should stick to the. Yeah, it's up to the judge, I guess, if he wants to trial as an adult. So, what do you take on that?
Well, again, I couldn't agree with you more. I think there's certain types of, even with murderers, there's certain youth that you do not want to try as an adult. So it's not like a blanket policy that every person who commits a murder as a juvenile should automatically be tried as an adult if they're 16 or 17 years old. One of the things that has always been a good check on the system, and our DA's office always did this for the most part, even when we had the power to direct file a case, we allowed the judge to make a decision. And the judge has to make a decision using 5 different factors that look into all sorts of history of the youth, the viciousness of the crime, all the different circumstances of his development. And I only say him because it's usually a male who commits murder. So it's, that process is about discretion and about making sure that the right people stay within the juvenile system and that the wrong people go up to the adult system so that they can actually deal with that person in the correct way. One of the other things I think that is often misunderstood, because it doesn't happen in other states. In California, there is no life without possibility of parole for a juvenile offender. So even though they may be sentenced to life without possibility of parole, within 25 years of their serving a sentence, whether they've killed 2 or 4 or 5 people, they will automatically get a review after serving 25 years in state prison. So that is a massive check on the system to make sure. So you have the judges, they're a check. You have the prosecutors, they're a check. You have the Court of Appeals, they're a check. And then you also have 25 years to kind of change your course if you're a youth and get out early under the Youthful Offender Act. So there are all these checks and safeguards that are available for the most violent of youth to make sure that we treat them properly. The other side effect I think that is often is overlooked is gangs quickly adapt to the law and what they can get away with. And one of the reasons why the law changed to prosecute youthful offenders is because gangs would start targeting 16 and 17-year-olds to be the gunmen in the crime, so that they would be the ones who commit the murder and they would take the fall for the murder. So this blanket policy could have a very negative, unintended consequence. I don't think Mr. Gascon wants young people to join gangs and become murderers, but the consequence, the unintended consequence of the policy of having no discretion is that gangs will quickly adapt and use young people to commit their most heinous of acts so that the older gang member doesn't get in trouble.
Thank you. Last question, as we mentioned, the deputy DA filed lawsuit against DA. However, I think the judge, Superior Court Judge, James, what's her name, Chaffin, and rule side with you guys. And what will be the next? According to him, he didn't like the DA office didn't consider all the previous heinous crimes, and that's why I asked you about the 3 strikes law, why we don't consider it anymore. And maybe because this current DA, he wants to eliminate all this what do you call that, sentencing enhancements, but the court judge didn't agree with him. So what is next step?
Well, the next step is we've kind of suspended the trial until the Court of Appeals looks at Judge Chalfont's ruling and makes a determination about what they view it in terms of Judge Chalfont's ruling. But I'll tell you one thing that was happening even before Judge Chalfont issued the preliminary injunction against the DA were that lots of judges were refusing to dismiss these special enhancements and also the strikes, because in order for those things to be dismissed once they've been filed, there has to be an interest of justice. And when they asked the DAs in court, what's the interest of justice? They said, well, the DA thinks it's wrong. And they were like, well, that's not enough. This is not, because, we don't live in a monarchy where one person decides, what the law is. As you have been pointed out, over and over again throughout this conversation, the laws are created and the district attorney is supposed to be following the law and executing the law, not making up what he thinks the law should be.
Okay. Well, by the way, we did ask a DA office to send a representative, just like you, from the DA, so we can hear the other side of their story. But unfortunately, they reject us. I guess the staff received an email that they're not be able to come to tonight's meeting. So that's kind of unfortunate. I really want to hear from him. But, during the, well, it's like—
I would love to hear from him as well.
So, yeah, even during last week, we had a meeting with DA Gascon. He didn't have anybody else. He was just there, saying what he believes in. And I think he's sincere, about whatever he's doing, And however, again, he kept saying, the science and data is just backing up, but the fact check, the reality seems to go the other way. So that's what I have my concern. But anyway, I don't see other council member have any questions. Is there anyone? Very quiet tonight. That's kind of.
I have questions if no one else does.
Sure, Councilmember Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor Lau. I'd like to go back to Judge Chalfont's ruling. The one thing that stood out to me, Eric, is that he pointed out to 4 things that conceptually and I will say prosecutors, not the DA, but the whole reason we have the justice system. And I think the 4 things he pointed out were retribution, which I would call, the victim's rights, as well as the community's rights, special deterrence, which is deterrence of the defendant, general deterrence, which is the deterrence of other criminals, and rehabilitation. Those are the 4 pillars that we've set up our criminal justice system on. I wanted to ask you, from your professional experience, which of any, if at all, do these special directives serve?
I would say none of them. I don't see how the special directives serve any, the special directives were pretty much written by defense lawyers. And they were written by the 3 Strikes Project that, represents criminal defendants in prison. So the directives were not written internally within the office. There was no real transparency. There was no committee meetings. There was no question and answers like we're having right now. It was literally a series of directives that were written by almost exclusively by defense lawyers. So it is not surprising that none of the pillars that you were talking about are represented within these directives.
Yeah, because the whole idea that we keep getting, and I've read a lot in public comments, is that this DA ran on reform, which I would consider as part of rehabilitation, as well as possibly retribution, which means you lessen, the sentences. So that's all fine and dandy, but does a county DA in any county in California have the power to enact sustained justice reform?
Well, it depends what you mean by reform. I mean, giving one side of the table, one of the reasons why I became DA was because, it is for the underdog, because the person that was on the street who's victimized on the street was the victim or was the underdog when they were on the street. And the courtroom is supposed to be a great equalizer. And it is supposed to make sure that we get the right people in prison and make sure that the innocent are protected. The innocent, whether they are the victim or whether they're the criminal or the defendant themselves. This entire project, this experiment that is being used in these directives gives all of the balance to the defendant and the defense lawyer. It is not surprising that the Public Defender's Office and their union is very much in support of these directives. If you look at who wrote affidavits for him or briefs for him in our lawsuit, we had almost every DA, and we had the DA's organization for the entire state. He had the Public Defender's Office, he had the alternate Public Defender's Office, and then he had law professors who run defense projects. So that's who is benefited by these directives. They are the primary and only beneficiary of these directives.
Thank you for that, because I think my question gets down to the word sustained justice reform, because I'll say my answer to that question is, what happens when the next DA comes into office with a quote unquote different mandate? Was that reform sustained or was it temporary?
No, you just reverse the directives. The directives are not law. But I'll tell you what I think is even more dangerous, is that these types of directives, these radical reforms will or have the potential of endangering long-term reform. One of the things that, again, I think has been always great about Los Angeles is that LA has really led the state in terms of the criminal justice reform movement. Throwing the book at someone for a minor offense is not productive. It does not safeguard the community's interests. All it does is make a professional long-term criminal. And I think that's something that the data and science do show in terms of those low-level offenders. And so that type of approach was something we kind of rejected in Los Angeles. And my fear is that these reforms are going to if things get out of control, the public will get mad. And when the public gets mad, they usually vote for very draconian laws that do not spare the rights of any defendants.
Yeah, that's kind of my point here is this quote unquote justice reform, which is not justice reform, it's just directives from one politician, should be done at the level, at the separation of powers level. So this needs to be done not by an executive, but by a legislature and possibly by the vote. And I have the same concerns that there is going to be backlash when all of these quote unquote quality of life crimes, when and I'm not saying if, when LA goes the route of San Francisco and we have people defecating in the streets with needles and everything else that you see videos of. I mean widespread throughout the city, not in one little area. It's you can go almost anywhere in the city in San Francisco and see that. It becomes to a point where eventually the pendulum swings harshly the other way. And I just want to make sure that the people understand these are not reforms. A DA can't do reforms. So one question here is I think something the DA can do, which we have failed to do with these directives. Mayor Lau mentioned youth diversion at the Asian Youth Center and how community organizations and people get into helping these children and minors change their life. And those are really good things. But if we, and those are typically people that have been engaged with the quote unquote system in one way or another, they've been arrested. But my question to you is if you can't charge a minor or in these categories of crime that you can't charge, how do we do diversion if they're not even facing any charges? So how would we accomplish that without I'll call it the stick and the carrot approach?
I don't know, you hope and pray.
Yeah, and that's kind of my point is these are not really, they're covered up as justice reforms, but in reality, the best way to get an unwilling participant to actually stop and surround themselves with different people that have their best interests. Sometimes it takes a prosecutor and a police officer and a community service to guide those actions. And if you pull out one of them, like say the officer doesn't arrest, the prosecutor doesn't charge, or the community organization doesn't show up to help rehabilitate, no matter how strong two of the other links are, the third one serves no purpose. So I just want to know what your take is on your lack of discretion, because it's been taken from you, and your ability to actually do some diversion, whether youth or adult.
I mean, the main discretion that has been removed is charging murderers, youthful, or kids, people who are 16 and 17-year-olds, murderers who are 16 or 17-year-olds as adults. That has been the main discretion. There are also certain types of crimes that are no longer allowed to be charged. Crimes that involve strikes, for example, I believe that robbery, for example, is not allowed to be charged if you're 16 or 17, we can't charge you with a robbery because that's considered a strike under California 3 strikes law. And Gascon did not want to create strikes for youthful offenders.
So let me ask, because I'm a big believer in the fact that I would say the vast majority of people that commit the most heinous crimes, it's not their first interaction with quote unquote the system. It's typically escalating. Is that accurate in your professional experience?
That's almost every single major criminal who's committed murder. They have a long history of committing other types of offenses, and then they commit a murder.
So their first crime is typically not murder that's eligible for the death penalty. That's probably a very rare thing. So
Right.
my point in all of this is that we as a council need to say, wait a minute, you're really undercutting the effort of quote unquote real reform, and you're short circuiting it. And when you short circuit something, it's never good long term. You might gain some short term benefits, but they're going to be very short term, and they're going to probably put stress on the remainder of the system. And then I'll have some comments for council, and I have questions for the chief as well, but I know your time is limited, so I'll let other council members go. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any other council member. Vice Mayor Dean, you have questions?
I think the deputy attorney is already answered. Like, actually, I just want to talking about my question previous. It's what's the district attorney his job duty? Okay, and he should be follow the law, or he can make a own direction. It's changing the law.
So I look, the DA's job is to enforce the law and follow the law and enforce the law. The DA does have discretion. There's a vast amounts of discretion that prosecutors use all the time. Certain times we won't charge someone because we don't want to get that person involved in the system. So discretion is a very important key element of being a prosecutor, and exercising that discretion is a key of being a prosecutor. I think the problem with these directives is that they don't allow for discretion because they're blanket policies. So it doesn't matter how bad the crime is, or whether it's a minor crime or a terrible, you still have to follow the same directive. It's a one size, fits all, program. And that's just not how the criminal justice system works. It's very complicated. It's very messy. Each case is very individual, and you want to deal with the cases individually. And that's part of being a prosecutor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, I guess there's no more questions for our deputy DA. Well, next one, I guess Councilmember Pu has proposed an alternate resolution. Councilmember Pu, would you like to comment on your proposed resolution?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, am I allowed to leave now?
Well, unless Councilmember Pu has a question for you.
Okay. But thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your questions. I really appreciate them. They were very thoughtful. Unless there's any other questions, I do have to head out.
Sure. Well, again, thank you for coming. I really appreciate, hey, not all of us know about this criminal laws, and I'm just trying to learn. Okay.
That's probably a good thing that you all don't know about that too much about criminal law.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, nice to see you tonight. So
I
next
actually have
item,
a point of order, Mayor.
yes.
I had a point of order. Are we going to be able to ask questions of the police chief as well?
Oh, yeah. If you have questions for police chief, maybe after Eric. Well, I guess Eric can leave now.
Yeah, I separated all my questions out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Councilmember Pu, this is Mark. Your audio doesn't seem to be working right now. No, we can't hear you. No.
Or can we ask our police chief, since Councilmember Hampton has a question? Chief Harris, are you around?
I am.
Oh, good. So go ahead. Don, go ahead and ask Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so I had developed some questions for the chief also, because I think just as important as the district attorneys and the deputy district attorneys is the arresting side is like I said, one part of the link. And so I did have some questions just regarding crime and what the effect has been on San Gabriel. So so for chief, I'm particularly interested in kind of what was called the triple tap to crime in California, which is Prop 47, Prop 57, AB 109. I wanted to know, because I think Prop 47 was first introduced in 2014, or introduced 2013, enacted in 2014. And I believe DA Gascon was behind that Proposition 47. And I wanted to see if you had an idea of how those three measures have affected crime overall. Now, overall in California, as well as maybe LA County / San Gabriel, if there's been any effect as far as the types of crimes or increases, decreases, or anything along those lines.
Well, in my experience, and I've been at the command level since these were enacted, the crime statistics have been significantly impacted by the policies. I tend to stay away from the politics of the matter and leave that to people positioned to engage in such matters. But with regard to the outcomes, they've been significant. So if you go back and look at the crime rate prior to, and it was actually 2015, I think that they went into effect, Prop 47. If you look at it, you had a stabilization of the crime rates leading up to that. And then starting in 2015, and I'll speak specifically about San Gabriel, starting in 2015, when Prop 47 went in earnest, Prop 47 and AB 109, you had in our city 870 Part 1 crimes. In 16, that went up 3% to 899 Part 1 crimes.
Well, actually, Chief, right there, can you stop? Because a lot of the public aren't going to understand Part 1 versus Part 2 crimes. If you could just give a quick, brief explanation of Part 1 versus Part 2.
Yeah, Part 1 offense are offenses that are considered to be major crimes. So any murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, motor vehicle theft, and arson would fall into the Part 1 crime stat. The Part 2 crime stat are those less serious offenses, including simple assaults, forgery, counterfeiting, embezzlement, fraud, receiving stolen property, weapons violations, prostitution, sex crimes against family, narcotic drug laws, liquor laws, drunkenness, disturbing the peace, disorderly conduct, gambling, DUI, and certain traffic violations. So the FBI in their uniform crime reporting statistics separate those numbers for the reasons to make sure they're keeping track of both major crimes and lesser crimes for statistical purposes and analysis. So in the case, you're welcome. In the case of San Gabriel, we're only looking at the Part 1 crimes that deal with homicide, rape, robbery, assault, burglary, larceny, which is theft, grand theft auto, and arson. So in 2015, when Prop 47 and AB 109 came in earnest, we started out with 870 Part 1 crimes. In 2016, it went up about 3% to 899 Part 1 crimes. In 2017, it went up to 961, which is a 10% increase from the first year. In 2018, it went up to 1,022, which is a 17% increase. And in 2019, it went up to 1,028, which is an overall 18% increase. In 2020, it went down to 784 Part 1 crimes, and we're attributing that to COVID simply because some of those Part 1 crimes couldn't be committed. We had a significant reduction because people were home, businesses were closed. But as it stands now in 2021, first quarter, we're on track to have about 1,200 Part 1 crimes committed. So that's a significant increase over that time frame. And so as we look at the broader look, you even go back prior to 13, it was going back 14, 13, and 12. We had a pretty stable Part 1 crime rate with no real increase. In fact, it was probably more of a decrease, even though it was minute. If you step up and talk about AB 109 and its effects, I think you heard the DDA Siddell talk about the people that get out and how they're managed when they're on supervised release and parole. It overloads the system. And a direct reflection of that is the increase in homicides in LA County. So if we go back to the years when AB 109 Prop 47 were enacted, we start to see an increase. So from 2009 to 2014, the homicides were trending down. They trended down from 189 all the way down to 152, respectively. And then just in that same year of Prop 47 AB 109, all the murders started to trend up from 193 in the county up to 201 in 2020. Right now, homicides have gone up 96% in LA County, where they were at 50 murders at the first quarter of last year. They're now at over 102 murders, somewhere in that area, or give or take the latest murders, which they're still investigating, but it's about a 96% increase. And so I think it's directly related to those folks who are being released from prison or not being adjudicated at that level, and then having to come out and not have the proper resources to supervise them on parole or probation, which is a big deal. If you put that many people on the streets and do not fix the support elements like parole and probation, then the outcome is predictable. There'll be nobody to supervise them, and that's where we run into problems. The other issue with Prop 47, AB 109, and Prop 57 is the one thing that wasn't considered when these people were being released and the crimes being realigned was how to get folks gainfully employed and get them in a situation where they were not victims of the recidivism bug and going back to jail or having to feed their families by committing other crimes, even if they were Part 2 or lower level crimes. So if you're going to make that significant a change, there needs to be a commensurate change in some of the other elements outside of the criminal justice system that can help these folks get jobs. Here in San Gabriel, we've done our part in trying to create Joints for Jobs, which helps get those people jobs that are coming out to get them out of the system. I sit on several committees with LA County dealing with alternatives to incarceration. But I think it's been clearly proven that those anti-criminalizing or decriminalizing elements without all of the support elements have created more of a problem than a solution.
Yeah, I think my comment on that is you should put the parachute on before you jump, not after. I'm sure it's there. That's the support element. And so just not charging people and not convicting people that should be charged and convicted isn't helping that. So I have a question along those lines. I've talked to a lot of police officers in San Gabriel, and they say their biggest frustration is they catch somebody red-handed, they have all the evidence, they put them in there, and then they put them in the system, and then right away the prosecutor assigned to the case says we're not going to file charges because of a special directive. So I just want to get an idea. I know it's only been probably only have about a quarter or maybe you have 6 months almost of data. Do you have an increase in refusals to prosecute or refusals to file charges?
Well, as soon as the changes began to start, we started doing research, not only on my part as a police chief, but certainly as my role in the local county chiefs associations. But in 2019, in the first quarter, we had 11 declinations. And let me explain what a declination is. When officers arrest somebody and present a case for filing, it goes to the filing DA or deputy DA who makes a determination on whether to file the case or reject the case or temporarily reject the case. And any of those three elements are possible. So you can have a case rejected for a lot of things, not enough evidence in the opinion of the filing DA. You might need to get some more evidence, or you have some pending evidence in the case of a DUI where you're waiting for the evidence to come back from the lab, et cetera. So you have an opportunity there to have declinations for any number of reasons. In the first quarter of 2019, there were 11 declinations total, and that was without any of the policies that we're discussing. So those 11 were based on whatever that deputy DA decided not to file upon. In 2020, we were at 12 of those declinations for the same reasons. And then in 2021, it's tripled, and we're now at 33 of those declinations. And all of the declinations that we have of those 33 have cited the Special Directive 20-7. And so it's a significant change in practice and policy. And so we're seeing the effects of that.
So can you explain to the public what 20-7 is?
20-7 is the special directive that came into effect, basically identifying for the deputy DAs what cases they will automatically not file upon. And there were several. Most of them were minor cases that had to deal with things like criminal threats, driving without a license, driving on a suspended license, any misdemeanor drug offenses, any resisting arrest, basic lower level crimes. They were told that particular directive forces the folks not to file. And so as you heard from the deputy DA, without the discretion, they just arbitrarily file those and drop the charges.
So along the lines that I asked the deputy district attorney, in your professional experience, are Part 1 crimes typically the first crime somebody commits?
I think that's far more the exception than the rule. The rule typically is that it's a progression. It starts with what we consider to be gateway crimes, the smaller crimes that lead up to more brazen criminal activity on the part of criminals, especially in the one good example. One good example would be dealing with gangs and other misdemeanor crimes that are associated with proliferated gang activity. So in the case of a vandalism, which is a very minor crime, those are typically the precursors to more heavily involved gang criminal activity. So folks usually start spray painting on walls. Then it starts with maybe a little theft, certainly drug use, and then it kind of progresses on to more serious crime. So that's been my experience. There are those cases where people, they're just bad people who have a criminal inclination and can start committing major crimes at a very young age. But it's been my experience that typically they develop in that direction.
So along those lines, I think my statement to the deputy DA as well would be that the reform really would be putting those, I don't want to say, I'll just say guardrails or, ways to divert these lower level offenders. In your experience, does not charging them, just arresting them and not charging them, is that going to help them get into a diversion program? I think you said you've sat on some of those.
Well, I used to sit on formerly on the juvenile accountability group for LA County, and had to determine where funds were going for juvenile justice. And I do think there's a difference between juvenile justice and the justice for adults. And so I've been kind of engaged in trying to figure out ways to really balance the two, so that we're trying not to put people in the system at a young age. Alternatives to incarceration, all of that is very applicable. But if you arbitrarily, and this is what I found, is that if they're arbitrarily dismissed without any diversion opportunities, then it doesn't count for anything other than arrest and a waste of resources. And in my 30 years, I've seen the diversion programs, money just taken away from those programs where you had the opportunity to send juveniles immediately to a diversion program, oftentimes at the very police station where they were arrested, and get an opportunity to steer them away from crime. And all of those programs have gone away. And if they still exist, they're very difficult to get into. And with the proliferation of numbers, it just becomes a numbers game, hard to get them in. But it certainly is true in my experience that if there is nothing to motivate the person to go to diversion, they won't go to diversion.
So I'll just make the same comment that these special directives don't really further the quote unquote reform that has been sought and advertised. It's really just words only, because there are no reforms in place, and they are transitory, because if this district attorney, when he's done with his tenure, there will be those quote unquote reforms go away, and the next district attorney steps in and does their job. So I have a question as to the interaction between the role of the police versus the district attorney, and how these directives affect the ability of the police to do their job, if at all.
Well, I think the precursor to your statement would bring me dangerously close to engaging in political speak. So I'll leave that to the folks who can do that. For me, I look at the outcomes of simply the policies. And the policies have adversely impacted us in the ways that I've described. But from an arrest perspective, what it does is it creates a lot of issues, resource management issues, safety issues for the community. And I'll give one example. We've arrested a car thief, and we've arrested him 3 times within a month's period. And he wasn't filed on any of the 3 times we arrested him. And so these are the type of cases where what is the alternative to get this person to stop stealing cars if the cases are not filed? And so for us, I've given the order that we're going to continue to follow the law and make arrests. We're going to continue to follow the law and protect the community. And we're going to make sure that we're doing our part to bring folks to what I consider to be justice. But there is the alternative piece of it, and that is when it gets to the filing stage, there has to be some teeth to it. And even if you're going to let someone bail out or you're going to release them on their own recognizance, it should be with a caveat that there's something else that they must do. So you heard the deputy DA talk about some of the directives, which talk about or not the directives, but the law that doesn't allow you to send someone to jail and have them do community service. And so, especially if they're juveniles. So then we need to bring that back, is my opinion, professional opinion on how to make these things matter. There needs to be at least some portion of it that is the carrot piece. The stick is appropriate in some cases, but the carrot is probably more appropriate in the circumstances that you're talking about. So we need to have some of those alternatives that are immediately available.
Okay, and then I just have a question regarding your required duties under the law. Is there any circumstance where a police officer is required to arrest somebody?
There are several. Domestic violence is one of those that is statutorily mandated. We have several others that we're required to arrest if we have evidence believing that's the case. Murder, for instance, and certain other instances following investigation. But we also have some wide discretion when it comes to misdemeanor cases. And there are many times that we apply that discretion depending on the circumstances that we're facing. So the academy teaches you the basic legal tenets we have to abide by. And then we have discretion in a wide range of areas.
Okay, because that's kind of where I'm going with the directives, because there are areas where the law says that a district attorney must at least allege charges and then has to back those charges up with facts. But it's not, there's some very few cases where the district attorney has no discretion. And that was brought up in Judge Chalfant's ruling. And I don't want that to be lost on the council, that we do have some things that are mandated. And if we had the chief saying, well, it's mandated, but we're not going to arrest people for that, I think we would lose confidence in you. No offense, chief, but if you were telling your officers they can't arrest for mandated crimes, like such as, domestic violence, I think we might lose confidence. And that's the entire point of this resolution, is that we have a district attorney who's directing against professional standards the deputies to not follow the law. So I'm not concerned about that. I am very much frustrated that would even be a case that we would have to discuss. This should never have to come before us, a district attorney that fails to do their job. I think I have one last question. As far as alternatives to imprisonment, I wanted to know, because I know that a lot of the effect of the AB 4757, or sorry, Prop 4757 AB 109 were to early release people. And so rather than choose alternatives, I think they just kind of push people from prison to jail and jail to the streets. I think that was the actual impact of that. I wanted to know if we did true reform, what types of alternatives to imprisonment could we envision? Because I think that's in the end what everybody wants, is the least amount of punishment that changes people's behavior. I don't think anyone wants to see punishment that goes beyond what the person accused of a crime did or was accused of and then gets convicted, let's say. I think the punishment should always fit the crime. But I want to know from you, because you said you have sat on some of these, what alternatives are there that you believe do affect people's, I'll say, career as a criminal?
Well, I think first we have to identify that there's a distinct difference between alternatives to incarceration and alternatives following incarceration. Those are two very different things, but both of them are equally important. So I sit on the county's committee for alternatives to incarceration, where we try to, especially in the juvenile justice portion, try to get ahead of it by implementing juvenile programs, diversion programs, job programs, and education programs to get folks to have the opportunity to swing in a different direction and give them alternatives to crime, criminal behavior, or gang involvement. So law enforcement has done that for a long time. Explorer programs, diversion programs, boot camp programs. There's a lot of that going on, trying to implement specific types of diversion programs that get people off of drugs, to get them schooled so that they're not behind in the educational piece. So we're involved in a lot of those discussions, trying to engage folks of the law enforcement persuasion, as well as those in the private sector, to get folks opportunities to kind of make that change before it takes hold of them. When you start talking about the folks that are coming out of prison, there needs to be alternatives for those people as well. And one of the things, I think I've discussed it with some of the council members, is that when people get out of jail and they need a job, they still have to write on an application what they were in custody for and how long. And the reality of life is nobody's going to hire those people, with the exception of companies like the one the mayor mentioned, Homeboy Network or Homeboy Industries, or other people who are specifically engaged in that part of the reform effort. But those efforts are very few and far between with the number of people that are coming out of prison systems. So there needs to be some changes, but not all of them are related to law enforcement, in my professional opinion. Some of them are related to making sure there's opportunities present for these folks when they do satisfy all that they were supposed to satisfy in their punishment. So as an example, you have a person who does, let's say, round number 5 years in prison for a burglary or a series of burglaries. When they get out, can they get gainfully employed? And that's very difficult, considering that when you write on an application what your history is, nobody's going to hire you, and that becomes a problem. So that person needs to feed their family, and so that's where some recidivism issues begin. And so it's important to take all those things into consideration. And as I said, I sit on a committee that's dealing with that countywide, and we've got some really good solutions queued up. But a lot of it takes time, and it takes money, and it takes the political will to get those things done. And we're in the middle of working on that as we speak. The other part of it is when you're letting people out early, depending on when and where and how that release takes place. Again, the parole or probation aspect of it creates additional problems because they don't have the supervision to keep them going in the right direction. So they get swallowed up again by whatever gang influences or street influences might push them in one direction or the other. So that's a very important piece of the puzzle.
All right, thank you, Chief. It's really enlightening. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Pu, are you ready?
Yes.
I saw
Mayor Liao, maybe
Chapa has questions.
Mayor Liao, it's Mark. Sorry to interrupt. Maybe we can take a 5-minute recess and John can work with Councilman Pu on getting his audio up.
Oh,
I
okay.
actually have a few questions for the chief too, Mark. Maybe during my question session, Jonathan could help.
Yeah, I think go ahead, let the councilwoman ask those questions,
Okay.
and then we'll take recess after that.
Great, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I do want to thank the mayor and the city manager, because at the last meeting, not sure if the public had heard, but I did request that we have a representative from Gaston's office. And unfortunately, he did decline. I think in the agenda, it says that the statement was that they respectfully declined to attend the meeting, but indicated that they hoped in the future to form a lasting partnership and a conversation around a shared vision of community safety and equity with the city of San Gabriel. So with that, I wanted to ask the police chief, Chief Harris, I know you belong to the Association of Chiefs. And I just want to hear from you directly. Has the Association of Chiefs taken any position on the DA, Gaston?
I do not believe that the LA County Chiefs is taking any official position on, are you talking about specifically with regard to him or recall or vote of no confidence or all of the above?
All the above, yes.
We have taken positions against the policies. All of the agencies involved, and I'll speak on behalf of myself as a representative of the agency. We've had many talks and invited folks down to discuss our aversion to the policies and how those policies have impacted the 45 independent agencies in LA County. But we have chosen to take no position on recall efforts or anything that has to do with the politics of that.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And so with that, I had a chance to listen to a neighboring city. And as they were deliberating, one of the concerns was that the police chief or the city manager or just the city in general taking any position that there could be some consequences, I guess we can say, that somehow the DA would tag the city and perhaps not give that level of support compared to the other cities who had not made or had voted on a resolution of no confidence. I just wanted to get your feedback because I was actually just like the other council members and from that city, really taken aback from that a DA would do something like that. And I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on it.
Well, I've spoken to the DA several times and I've had nothing but professional interactions with him. We disagree on policies. I don't see that changing with these policies anytime soon, but he's always conducted himself in a professional manner and gave me no indication that there was something I needed to fear with regard to being a police agency or a city in the county of Los Angeles. I have made my feelings about the policies known, and we've had several conversations. So I have not been kind of saddled with that fear. I know that some do have that, but I have not. I've conducted myself professionally with him. We've had conversations and talked, and I expect we will do the same in the future. And that's kind of where I leave it. There is a disagreement about policies, and I've made those disagreements clear.
So in your opinion, whatever the council decides tonight, that dialogue, conversation, candid, recommendations or dissatisfaction on his policies, you believe that that would still continue regardless of where the decision is made tonight?
I don't think anything's going to change with regard to our relationship with the DA's office. Again, we have a lot of folks that inside our organization, inside the association, and inside the DA's office that we deal with on a regular basis. And again, that's always been professional. Even the disagreements have been professional. Sometimes on the outskirts, they do political attacks. That's not our agenda. And so we want to stay away from that. And simply, we don't believe that there will be adverse impacts, at least from a professional interaction perspective.
Okay, thank you, Chief. And then lastly, regarding our youth, I want to bring it back to San Gabriel. There's been a lot of diversion programs that have been homegrown, that has been taken upon our department to help the youth in San Gabriel in particular. So instead of, shipping them to some kind of juvenile detention or some type of, and I'm talking about youth that have not committed any kind of heinous crimes. I don't believe we have any, but I wanted you to share some of the things the department is doing to make sure that those juveniles that need just some guidance of some sort, what the department has done to try to prevent them from getting into that system of jail, prison.
Well, first, our community engagement apparatus is robust. We've made it our mission to ensure that we're engaging communities and families prior to their children becoming at risk. And so there's an expectation of the people in the organization that when we go out on calls, we pay particular attention to the children that are in the home and try to find ways to get them the assistance that they need. One of the things that we did about 5 years ago was create the Community Engagement Bureau and School and Community Engagement Team. And that apparatus has been immensely successful in getting people to resources that might not otherwise have been known or made available to families. We spend a lot of time addressing those things with that bureau. So we have a complete bureau that their only job is community engagement and working with the families and their children. Another element is the police department, the long-lasting Explorer program, where we open the doors to anybody who wants to come in. They don't have to want to be a police officer, but it gives them an opportunity to gain discipline, to learn what there is out there and learn how to make healthy choices. There's a lot of different places that we try to get people involved in. Camp SG is another, although we've kind of been dialed it back a little bit only because of COVID. We're looking this year to get back at it and take kids up to camp so they can interact with law enforcement officers in circumstances that are not operational or administrative, where we're just up at a camp, a YMCA camp up in the mountains, and engaging together and getting people just to focus on making really, really good decisions. We had some other programs that we looked at with regard to the schools and making all the officers school or community engagement officers or school resource officers. And so everybody, including myself, has to interact with school-age children in the community on a regular basis. And we record those interactions in our monthly reports to ensure that there's constant interaction so we know who the children are and what their problems might be and getting them to where they need to go. We've also encouraged our members to sit on panels and boards of different groups within the city. I happen to sit on the board for the Asian Youth Center. And we have a Captain Valdez, who sits on the board at La Casa. We have several other people that are involved in service clubs that really engage so that we can be involved with getting resources to folks, including some of the groups that you might be involved in with the Rotary and Kiwanis and some of the other folks that help to donate funds and opportunities, engage in opportunities for those youth. We are significantly hand in hand with those folks trying to get that stuff done. As we move through the juvenile part of it, we had a program that we started called Joints to Jobs, where when we see people that are going the wrong way, gang members are potentially being influenced, we work with some of the private folks in the communities to try and get these folks jobs. And the success of that is still yet to be determined, but we're encouraged to get out there and stay motivated about providing those options and opportunities. We have people that work in our department that coach in little leagues and do things so that they can be involved with these folks outside of police work to keep them from coming in contact with law enforcement. And again, that whole school and community engagement team, I think, is just the best thing on wheels to get kids going in the right direction. And we've got the perfect people doing that job. We're also open to any discussion through 411 with the chief or any engagement with folks on how to really engage with the children in this community. The unfortunate part of it is everything is based on money and fundraising and all those things. And, you know, some years, like in normal things, we're fat with money and we can do a lot of programs, and other years it's a little more lean and we have to kind of put some programs on hold. And so we're working to keep all those things going and certainly moving forward with new ideas. And we're open to any ideas from members of the public that we can take a look at and really keep applying what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, regardless of what happens tonight, whatever decision is made, I like to add to the agenda, and I'll say it again at the end, that there's council comments to really start understanding the data better in San Gabriel in particular. You know, kind of gain a deeper understanding of the type of crimes. I know you've kind of summarized some of it tonight, Chief, but just getting more a comprehensive look at the crimes that are taking place and how we as a city could better support our police in addressing those crimes. You know, I know this resolution has a wider impact. It's all of LA County, but obviously every city is being impacted. But I would like to see something from your department, Chief, more about the crime specifically to San Gabriel, because frankly, you know, we've had these COVID updates every meeting, and I guess I don't recall you really sharing the escalation to the depth that we're listening to tonight. And perhaps because you just didn't have the time. Usually it's just so quick and very COVID related. But if what you've said previously with one of the other questions, you know, the escalation is taking place, I think it deserves a separate agenda item where we can just focus and see what we can do to support, you know, our residents, to maintain public safety, and to, of course, support our law enforcement. So I thank you for that. Mayor, I'm done with the questions.
Thank you, both of you, and especially thank our Chief Harris for your wonderful work in our city. Okay, time is 8:07, and like City Manager mentioned, we should take a 5-minute recess. So let's come back maybe 8:15. How's that? Okay. I'll see you a little bit. Thank you. So the time is 8:15. Let's resume the city council meeting. And I think Councilman Pu has a report regarding his alternate resolution. Is Councilmember Pu available? Jonathan, can you connect Councilmember Pu?
Sure, Mayor, please stand by.
Thank you. So yeah, Councilmember Pu, go ahead and with your report.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I don't have a report per se. I assume we're also point of order. Are we in just council discussion at the moment? We're past just asking clarification questions, correct?
Exactly, because the deputy DA, he has to leave, so yeah, all the time was asking him questions. So now I guess
Exactly.
Yeah,
the entire time was taken up, and so so yeah, I think I would first like to make a couple of overarching general points. And the first is that I appreciate all of the efforts that are made here to help educate us on the council on these policies. It's not necessarily something that we have to consider a lot. I think that, so I appreciate Deputy District Attorney Sidal coming to help educate us, the efforts of the chief, the efforts of community members. I think that ongoing education is, just part of the job. And so in order for us to make informed decisions, I think that all of the information that's been presented has been good. I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but I agree with a good portion of it. Let's see here. Then I would say too that personally I oppose Prop 47 and Prop 57, and I recognize too that we have not even addressed all of the issues and needs created by AB 109, and to the extent that I have some time to ask the chief about this, that these are conversations that the chief and I have had numerous times over the last year or so. And I think that the situation in LA County currently is that our probation department is completely overwhelmed, and there are too many cases for each probation officer to be able to effectively monitor and have any chance at rehabilitating any folks who have been formerly incarcerated. So that is also an issue that's not directly related to the issue that we're considering, but it's a larger problem that I think needs to be addressed. Third, I would like to say that here's where I draw the lines. We as a city have never taken a position of no confidence or confidence in any other particular individual or politician. Of course, we have taken positions on particular policies, whether they be state or federal, and or county. So I think that the appropriate course of action for us is to focus on the policies and not the politician. And that is why I offered my red line comments and alternate resolution here to focus on the policies that we in fact disagree with. In line with the education comment that I made earlier, I had to go and educate myself and just go and read the directives directly. And looking at them, each of them specifically, I stand by my alternate resolution because it's really 20-06, 20-07, and 20-08, which I think are most problematic and the ones that I personally would disagree with. to the extent that they don't allow for the discretion that Deputy District Attorney Siddall was talking about in these cases. DA Gascon has also amended 20-08 twice, and I would just like to point out specifically that the 20-08.2 has a clarification and does allow for sentencing enhancements for particular crimes, and those are particularly hate crimes, elder and dependent adult abuse allegations, child physical abuse allegations, child and adult sexual abuse allegations, human sex trafficking allegations, financial crime allegations, where the amount of financial loss or impact to the victim is significant, and other types of case allegations where let's see here, it says that where the physical injury personally inflicted upon the victim is extensive, or where the type of weapon or manner in which a deadly or dangerous weapon, including firearms, is used, exhibited an extreme and immediate threat to human life. The other thing that I would like to just point out about the directives specifically is Directive 20-09, which has to do with youth justice. And this goes towards the diversion, the rehabilitation, and restorative justice comments and that were mentioned before, to try to actually increase those programs. And to that extent, I actually do agree with that directive, or at least the intention of the directive is that, and I think that, as has been mentioned often during the discussion so far, individuals are not necessarily aren't committing the most heinous and hardest crimes right off the bat. It's oftentimes a progression, and I think that I do think that the evidence and studies do show that when you're able to get to youth and try to rehabilitate them earlier on, then you have a greater chance at preventing and deterring crime and serious crime, especially. Another part of the directives, which I think is worthy of note, is 20-12, I believe. Yeah, 20-12, where it lays out the victim services that the DA's offices will now consider mandatory. So statements earlier that the directives have nothing to do or never mention any victims is not actually correct. The Bureau of Victim Services will contact all victims of violent crime within 24 hours of receiving the notification. It goes on, and I won't bother to read the whole thing, but essentially this directive actually increases and mandates supporting victims in their journey to becoming survivors and becoming addressing the impacts of crime on these victims. So to that extent, I'd say that, some of the policies here, I at least agree with the intention. I may not agree with all of them. And therefore, that's why I've offered my alternative resolution here that identifies the policies that I think are problematic, as we've been discussing, focusing on 20-06, 20-07, and 20-08. And of important note, which is perhaps lost in some of the all the other rhetoric and information, is that the alternative resolution specifically states that these issues should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And that's the way it's always been, and the Deputy District Attorney is correct that every case is very individualized. Every perpetrator, every victim, every, the facts and circumstances surrounding them, what the history of the individual is, the defendant, what the sort of potential for future or more serious crime of that particular defendant. So of course, to the extent to which these policies take away the prosecutorial discretion in dealing with each of these cases is, I think, definitely a concern and definitely has a negative impact on public safety. So that being said, I think that I just wanted to provide all of that as background for the alternative resolution. That it focuses on the policies, and I think focuses on the most problematic policies, at least for me personally. And you know, we on the council, we may disagree as to which policies may be more or less problematic, but those three I think are the most of concern in my opinion, and have the most negative impact on public safety. Then coming back to some of the overall discussion, Chief Harris, do you mind if I engage you in a conversation about some of these issues as well?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you say the question again?
Oh, do you mind if I engage you in a conversation about some of these issues as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, thank you, sir. So first of all, thank you for all of the work that you do and the police department. You know, I do think that the evidence shows that a greater deterrent and a preventive effect is in having a higher likelihood of being caught, rather than in necessarily in having higher sentencing and punishment. I don't disagree that having higher sentencing and punishment is also a deterrent effect, but what I'm trying to say here is that I think we can here in San Gabriel have a relatively safe community still, I believe. I don't feel any risk or danger if I'm taking a walk in the evening or going to any of our commercial areas. And I think it's because we do generally a good job of making sure that crime is not welcome here, and that you guys do a good job of catching criminals that when crimes are committed. So first, I want to commend you for that. And I also want to commend you and the PD for all the programs that you've talked about. I do think that they're on the right track. A lot of the conversations that we've had in the past, have to deal with post-incarceration and recidivism, and also what the current state of crime in LA County currently is. So I wanted to ask you, sir, I think you've mentioned that there's been an increase in graffiti and tagging, for example, at the overpasses, at the 10 freeway, and perhaps other borders of the city. Can you talk about that to a certain extent? I mean, when we're talking about very recently, right, within the last 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, we've had a significant amount of graffiti activity, predominantly in the south end of the city, down closer to the 10 freeway. And we've had to address that by first putting some of our special assignment folks on mitigating the graffiti, some graffiti abatement, focusing on the cleanup effort, making sure we're out there paying attention to it so that we don't give them the opportunity to destroy the property. But of late, it's been an increase in gang graffiti, in particular the two local gangs to our area, Sangra and Lomas, and it's picked up exponentially. And so anybody who's been involved with gangs will understand that when the graffiti picks up and the crossing out activity picks up and the placas and things are written over, that's a precursor to violence, and we need to get in front of that. So we have our folks paying attention to that, working with outside agencies such as LA County gang units, neighboring cities gang units, special enforcement teams, both our own and those agencies surrounding us, to try and identify and mitigate any potential threats that we're getting from the graffiti and the stuff that we learn from that, the intelligence we get. We're also working inside the jail system with our contacts there to see, typically that's the newsroom for what's going on the street, is in the jail. And so we try to pay attention to what's happening there so that we can apply some mitigation efforts in the street. So that has been happening quite a bit here lately. And so we're engaged in solving that problem right now. In fact, it was mentioned earlier about a recent, I think by the mayor, about a recent murder that we had in town. And that was, can't talk about it in detail because the investigation is still going on, but we believe that to be specifically gang related with some of those folks that might have been up on that wall that we've had to clean up. So it's an ongoing fight, but we're working on it.
Right. Thank you for that additional information. So is it when you do have this kind of gang graffiti happening and the crossing out happening, is it an indication of rival gangs basically beefing with each other and engaging in territorial wars and disputes?
Yes, but there are a couple of other elements that go along with what you're saying. So territorial disputes are prominent, especially between those two gangs. It started to resurface. But if you go back to, and this is a thought that we look at very detailed when we're talking about gang mitigation. When the gangsters, those people who actually deserve to be incarcerated, if not for extended periods of time, certainly for a designated period of time for the protection of those in the community. When they start to get out and there's nothing else, they become active again. And we can kind of set our clock on their activity based on who it is that's getting out, who the players are, were they heavy hitters when they were out on the street? Or are these guys trying to make a name for themselves? There's a whole lot of elements to it. And so we start to kind of measure the increase in activity by a lot of things. There's a whole lot of metrics to look at. Who's gotten out of jail recently? Who's moved back into the community recently? What else is going on besides the graffiti and who's beefing with whom? What jail beefs are we having that we have to reach out to CDC and LA County to get understanding of? So all of those are components of our approach to dealing with it, but you're absolutely right. All of that is part of the increased gang activity.
And are you seeing, or are you aware of some of these quote unquote heavy hitters being recently released?
We've had a couple of people who've been locked up for a while in our general area, not just the two local gangs, but El Monte Flores, which is a neighboring city from El Monte. We've had some of those folks released in probably the last year or so and see a commensurate. Oftentimes you don't get a lot of witnesses who will tell on these folks, but we tend to look at it like it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but certainly a preponderance of evidence that when those people get out, there's an uptick in violence wherever they happen to go. So that's what we're seeing.
So is this then a pattern that is being seen across LA County?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In fact, of the increase in homicides, I'm being told by the Sheriff's Department that at least 65 to 70% of them are gang related.
Right. So then is there any kind of working theory among the chiefs that as the general population and economy is reopening, that then this is also reopening season for the gangs as they are also economic units, in a sense, businesses that are now also looking to expand their territories and or try to grab market share, not in the way that a legitimate business would do, but obviously with violence and with guns rather than, through legitimate business practices. But I'm just curious as to whether there's any working theories and tying the increased gang activity to also if there is a tie or correlation between the increased gang activity and reopening generally.
I believe there to be, just like any other business that was impacted by COVID, criminal enterprises were also impacted by COVID. Those groups who prey on people through home invasion, who prey on people through robberies, burglaries, different things where people are normally at work and their homes are empty and available to be, accosted. Most of those people were at home, and it dialed back their ability to go and break into those homes. So I think they were impacted. They believe themselves to be legitimate, and so they've also been impacted by other legitimate causes of business failure. And so I believe that most of them are probably hungry to get back into business, like anybody else. And I don't mean to give any credence to gang members. I'm not trying to glorify gang members at all. But gang members have families that they feed, and this is the way that they do it. And unfortunately, it victimizes other people, and that's what we're seeing an uptick in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that sentiment. None of this is to try to legitimize or apologize in any way for criminal behavior or gang activity. But this is the way that they view it, and the way that I think as a society we need to also come to grips with it and address it as well, at least in part. So going back then to, it feels like the current environment there's many factors going on. I think the early release under AB 109 has certainly had a negative impact, and I think that that's been documented over the several years that that AB 109 has been in effect. Has certainly had a negative impact on public safety and on all of our local communities. Without the appropriate resources being allocated to help address and to at least monitor, if not try to rehabilitate some of those probationers. In the past, we've talked, you and I, Chief, have talked about reintegration specialists and sort of the need for having social services that do help with probationers or those who are out on release to be able to reintegrate into society. Could you help us, I mean, just for the public here, to describe what those kinds of services would be and how they would potentially be able to help with the situation?
Well, I'll give you a little background. What used to be a very robust diversion programs, drug diversion, gang diversion, different types of programs that were out there and available. Those things have been reduced over the course of years for a lot of reasons. We could have a whole meeting talking about just the protocols behind that. But we have to understand about what happens. We'll just talk about our city, but what happens when people are released. So for instance, in our city, right now we have 62 parolees and we have 93 probationers just in the city of San Gabriel that have listed an address in San Gabriel as where they go and check in. That number has increased over the last 4 years by about 200%. And so unfortunately, the number of probation officers and parole officers has not increased. And so that same number of people is having to have more supervision, supervise more folks, and it's just ineffective. And so, in my opinion, what we need to look at on the back end, this is the after incarceration piece, is to make sure we have people, one, that can get people gainfully redirected, whether it's in employment, education, opportunities, and we have to have people who are specialists in doing that. And I think that that's a plan for the future that every agency is going to have to implement. I'm hoping that we're a front runner on that and get ahead of the game. But the idea is to make sure that we're dealing with those post-release people so that they don't become reoffenders, and then have a component of that that can deal with people who are on the front end, and those are the lightweight offenders who we can rescue and get those people. The goal here is not to, again, it's alternatives to incarceration. I'd rather not have to arrest people, but in the context of reality, those people are making themselves available for arrest, and protecting the residents of our city, certainly the area, becomes the active result. So those are things that we have to take into consideration. But I think there's so many elements to it that is one that has to be looked at.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, sir. And I think that the fact that we don't really have that at any level is a glaring blind spot and a huge disservice to society. And I think your other point you made earlier about not branding people with a scarlet letter, especially for lower level offenses, or maybe first-time offenders, is also something that should change from a policy perspective in the longer term. Otherwise, it makes it very difficult for those folks to reintegrate and find gainful employment. But anyways, I thank you for sharing a lot of that information. Just because I wanted the public and also the other members of the council to hear more of the picture with respect to crime generally, and what you're dealing with there, on a daily basis. Because I do believe that these policies that we're talking about from District Attorney Gascon do have an impact on our community and on public safety. I just don't think that necessarily we can paint them all with the same brush, and that more specific, more targeted, practices are required. And I think that some of the things that you just mentioned are really good steps in the right direction. The SCET team that you mentioned, the MET team, all of those things are positive. If we're able to get reintegration specialists, those kinds of things would have a much greater impact for our community than whatever position we're going to take with respect to these policies. because as has been mentioned, it doesn't appear that District Attorney Gascon is going to change any of them, despite whatever we may say. So coming back then to, the issue at hand, specifically at hand, again, the alternative resolution that I presented, again, focuses on the policies rather than the politician, the ones that I think that, just for me personally. So and again, I did not discuss this with anybody else on the council prior to providing those changes. But I think that these three are the ones that I think would be cited, and I think were the most cited by our Deputy District Attorney Sidal, in terms of why they feel are problematic. Some of the other ones I believe actually may have a positive impact in the long term. We don't know. There has not been enough of an opportunity to allow some of these policies to actually work. So youth justice, victim services, habeas corpus, and making sure that the prosecutions that are conducted are done fairly. Some of those things I believe, may in fact be long term have a good impact, but we don't have enough experience with it to understand it yet. That's my presentation, Mayor, to the extent that you wanted a presentation. I think I think that, again, especially with the filing of the recall petition, we can see that there's a political component here that is not really within our purview, to be honest with you. We've never, as long as I've been on the council, ever taken a position with respect to any particular politician. And the resolution as drafted, the original resolution, is clearly sort of personally directed at District Attorney Gascon without even much mention of the policies. In this case, I think the alternative resolution I've provided, I think, is a much more thoughtful position, which specifically identifies the directives that are the most problematic, opposes those particular policies, and expresses our concern and makes the point, without getting us in the middle of this other thing that's happening, which is a recall effort on District Attorney Gascon. We may or may not individually, support or oppose that recall effort, but that's not what I believe we should be in the business of doing. There are other recall efforts, and by going with the original resolution, we're setting a very dangerous precedent and slippery slope. And I do think that it is again, it's a slippery slope that would then be like, well, what about every other representative that represents the city of San Gabriel in some way, shape, or form, whether they be county, state, or federal? Are we going to weigh in on, say, we have confidence or no confidence in any of them? No, I just don't think that that's appropriate. But as far as policies go that actually impact our community, that is appropriate. And I do believe that 20-06, 20-07, and 20-08 are the ones that are most problematic. And I, again, want to thank everybody, all the community members, the Deputy District Attorney's office, or not the office, but the representative, and the officers and the chief who have, spent all this time and energy to educate us. And I think that, and I'll be the first to say that I'm no expert on criminology, other than the chief possibly. I don't think any of the rest of us can claim to be an expert on criminology. So it's always about being educated and learning as you go. But at the very minimum, it shouldn't be a resolution about a particular person. It should be a resolution about the policies, and in that, only the policies that we really feel strongly about, and to say that we oppose. So with that, I will yield, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Pu. But I just have to make this publicly, because even tonight, this resolution number 21-19 has nothing to do with the recall of the DA Gascon. We're not part of that, and probably never, our city never take any position for the recall actions. So at this time, I'd like to announce the time for public comment on this item is now closed. All comments received up to the posting of this agenda have been included in the staff report for this item. So I would like to take a vote for the council on whether to have the clerk read out loud all 101 comments that we have received in the staff report, or only those received which were not included in the staff report. Do I have a motion?
I don't understand the question,
Okay.
Mayor.
I don't, Mayor.
The question is because we have received 101 comments, and because the last meeting we didn't have a chance to read all the previous comments, but after this, because the council member Pooh has an alternate resolution, so we probably have received new comments after that. So I think this staff is asking we just read the new ones and forget about the old ones. But however, in my opinion, we should read every one of them because we did not do that last time, and it's their right because they are concerned about this issue, and we should give everyone a fair chance to be heard. Otherwise we'll just kind of ignore the public's opinions on this issue. So this is my question. Are we going to vote to read all of them or just some of them?
I agree with that. I'm Councilmember Pooh, moved to read all of the public comments received over this period.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. So motion by Councilman Pooh and second by Councilman Harrington or Vice Mayor Dean. Is it Harrington? I could not tell.
I did second it. I couldn't tell.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. I saw your microphone is muted. So, okay, now we have motion and second. Assistant City Clerk, please take the vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pooh,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, thank you. And Chief City Clerk, please read out of all the comments that we received.
Thank you, Mayor. Please bear with us as we access these digitally. There may be short pauses. Thank you. The first comment is from E. Vasquez and reads as follows. Please stop Gascon's illegal directives and support your constituents and CA law. The next comment is from Barbara Jackson and reads as follows. To the Honorable City Council of San Gabriel, I'm one of many very concerned citizens who strongly disagree with the detrimental policies George Gascon has instituted since becoming LA County District Attorney. As a lifelong citizen of Los Angeles County who has always cared deeply about public safety, I'm asking you to place a no confidence vote on Mr. Gascon. Within minutes of being sworn in, Mr. Gascon made drastic changes that he did not disclose when campaigning that are letting violent and dangerous criminals back out onto our streets. This is unacceptable. In addition, Gascon filed briefs in appellate court supporting violent criminal defendants. RDA is supporting the criminals' appeal. In addition, under the DA's recently enacted policies, prosecutors must now support parole for those rated as a low or moderate risk of reoffending. For those considered high risk, prosecutors must be neutral. In no case may they oppose parole. His policies are reducing the ability of his prosecutors throughout Los Angeles County to keep our streets safe for its citizens. George Cascone fooled the voters of LA County and must be removed from office. There are rallies being held throughout the Southland of the families who have lost loved ones to violent crime. Not only those who are waiting trial or sentencing for violent crime face now much reduced sentences. Those convicted felons who are currently in prison are being released and are returning to the streets. Please stand with those of us of all different races, genders, ages, and political parties who just want to keep LA County safe. Please stand with the various law enforcement officers who work so hard to protect its citizens. Please stand with those who are victims of violent crime and their families by placing a vote of no confidence in George Gascon. The next comment is from Jonathan Hatami of Valencia, California, and reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor and San Gabriel City Council members. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to address Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon's policies and directives and how they ultimately affect the safety of the children, families, and community members of San Gabriel. I do not live in San Gabriel. However, as a child abuse prosecutor, I handle cases involving abused and neglected children throughout Los Angeles County. The safety of children and families everywhere and anywhere is important to me. We are all interconnected. We are all a part of one community. We are all Angelenos, and public safety is important to all of us. We all want to live in a community that is safe for children and families. I would like to make it clear that I am talking to you as a father of 2 children, a husband of an LASD domestic violence detective, and child abuse prosecutor. I'm also talking to you as someone who is raising my children in Los Angeles, and it should be obvious to you by now that I do not represent the official positions of my office. The policies and directives implemented by Gascon adversely affect the public safety in San Gabriel. These policies do not help or support the residents of San Gabriel. Basically, these policies provide comfort and support to criminals and wrongdoers. As early as last week, Gascon said enhancements do not work even for hate crimes. This clearly shows that Gascon has even abandoned our most vulnerable victims and survivors. Most hate crime victims do not even come forward for fear that they will be victimized further, and their case will not be taken seriously or handled with care and compassion. Hate crimes not only affect the victim, but also families, communities, and even the entire country. Gascon's confusing and ever-changing policies regarding hate crime allegations have likely caused many more victims to not come forward. More innocent people will likely get hurt and abused. They will also feel like the system has abandoned them. A DA should follow the law and seek justice as long as he or she has the evidence, no matter how difficult the charge will be to prove. The DA of Los Angeles is supposed to fight for everyone. Gascon implemented $0 bail for all misdemeanors and many nonviolent felonies, including child abuse and domestic violence. Many of these crimes are repeat offenders. This policy is a direct violation of the will of the people. Millions of Angelenos voted against a $0 bail in the fall of 2020. The DA has even disallowed the out on bail enhancement. That means a person can commit domestic violence, child abuse, theft crimes, vandalism, battery, second and third time DUI, and all sorts of other crimes, get arrested, and then get released within 48 hours on the $0 bail. That person can then reoffend, and we are not permitted to file the out on bail enhancement. There's absolutely no punishment or deterrent to stop a criminal from continuously reoffending. The DA has also disallowed the filing of misdemeanor criminal threats, trespass, disturbing the peace, loitering to commit prostitution, drinking in public, and resisting arrest. This means that individuals can harass patrons and community members in the mall, the supermarket, at a restaurant, a daycare center, a school, or just about anywhere, resist arrest and attack the police when deputies and officers are called, and the wrongdoer will be released within 48 hours with no charge. These policies will lead to diminished quality of life in San Gabriel, and the lack of punishment or deterrence will eventually lead to those individuals committing more serious crimes. These policies will also destroy the morale of the deputies and officers who honorably patrol our neighborhoods. Many of these misdemeanor directives also adversely affect the prosecution of sex trafficking cases. It emboldens pimps and sex traffickers to abuse young people and the most vulnerable in our communities. Gascon has also permanently disallowed the filing of special circumstances in any case, forever. If a person in San Gabriel rapes and murders a child, tortures a vulnerable victim to death, commits a hate crime murder, kills a police officer, or is a serial killer, that person could be paroled at some point. Gascon never once mentioned during his campaign for LADA that he would completely remove special circumstances. This policy is against the will of the voters, violates the law, and completely ignores justice and public safety. And that completes the 3 minutes. The next comment is from Robert Hansen and reads as follows. I respectfully request that you take up the vote of no confidence against DA George Gascon. While I voted for him initially, his truth was really a lie, and he proved it on his first day in office. While reform of the justice system is important, dismantling it by a dictator is not appropriate or legal. You did not elect him to destroy our system of justice. You can stop him, you can send a message. Thank you. The next comment is from Lisa Dare and reads as follows. Hello, George Gascon's policies empower criminals and increase crime. Consider what is happening in San Francisco under his administration. Property crime greatly increased. Shoplifting became so recurrent that Walgreens closed 17 stores. Safeway put the blame on Gascon's Proposition 14. And despite a high rate of property theft, because of Gascon's and current DA Chisa Boudin's leniency, San Francisco also has a low arrest rate. Former SF prosecutor Nancy Tung writes, SF has lost the deterrent effect of prosecution. SF is now widely regarded as the place where you can commit a crime and get away with it. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Association of Deputy District Attorneys. Don't let this happen in LA County and Santa Fe Springs. Gascon's policies in LA County make no sense. Why eliminate gun enhancements, increase jail penalties, and gang enhancements when homicides and gang crime are up? Violent crime is occurring in formerly safe places. The gang that committed the Beverly Hills robbery was also responsible for a shooting in Sherman Oaks, a well-to-do community. No wonder that Beverly Hills and 7 other cities have voted no confidence in George Gascon. 6 additional cities this week will be discussing their own no confidence votes. I understand the urgent need for racial justice, but decarceration is not the solution to these problems. In fact, some of the racist attacks on Asian Americans have been done by convicts who were set free. The perpetrator, you just mentioned, Council, that throughout this comment, there are many website links, which I am not going to read out, but they are available online. Going on, the perpetrator had with a long history of arrests, and he stabbed an elderly woman with a knife as long as her arm. He escaped after leaving the knife in her arm. See hospital x-ray and story. This Oakland man was killed by a repeat offender who was let go with an ankle monitor. I have been a lifelong Democrat, and I think the nationwide decarceration movement is the worst project the party has ever supported. It is unrealistically idealistic and is uninformed by professional experiences of the vast majority of prosecutors and good cops. It recasts criminals as innocent victims and throws average citizens under the bus to be run over. Please don't give a pass to George Gascon. People in other cities across the nation have started to question the effects of similar democratic reform prosecutors. Homicide rates have been skyrocketing. Please vote no confidence in George Gascon. The next comment is from Savannah Barajas and reads as follows. 6 years ago, my husband was shot to death in the city of San Gabriel. My husband's killer was convicted of this crime and sentenced to state prison. Under DA George Gascon's new policies, my husband's killer could be released after only serving 7 years of his original sentence. At the time of my husband's death, our son was only 5 years old and did not know or understand how his father died. It wasn't until recently that I told him his father was murdered and he learned of his father's killer. If my husband's murderer is released after only serving 7 years, would you call that justice? How do I explain to my son that his father's killer is already back on the streets? If your husband or wife or mother or father was murdered, is a 7-year punishment acceptable to you? If your answer is no, then you must vote in favor of a no confidence vote for DA Gascon. My story is not unique, as several families of murdered victims are being impacted by DA Gascon and have spoken out against his policies. I ask that you show your support for the families of murdered victims, since DA Gascon clearly does not support us. Thank you. The next comment is from the San Gabriel Police Officers Association. Mayor Liao and council members, my name is Tim Logan and I am the current president of the San Gabriel Police Officers Association, POA. On behalf of the San Gabriel POA, I am requesting that the San Gabriel City Council pass Resolution 2119, which expresses a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon for his attempt to undermine legislation and the ballot initiative process, placing the safety of the general public at risk. Since George Gascon has taken office, he has issued several special directives, which include eliminating sentencing enhancements, eliminating the death penalty, eliminating cash bail, and decriminalizing certain misdemeanors. These directives were issued on his own accord with little or no input from the voters and members of the criminal justice system, to include deputy district attorneys and law enforcement officers. These directives are clearly putting the interests of criminals over the safety of law-abiding citizens and the well-being of the country. Under the directive of our chief, Eugene Harris, the men and women of the San Gabriel Police Department have continued to arrest for decriminalized offenses like trespassing, criminal threats, drug violations, disturbing the peace, and resisting arrest. The department has also continued to file on these offenders and to advocate for the victims of these crimes. In some cases, the police department has been successful in finding justice for these victims, but in most instances, because of George Gascon's directives, these cases are rejected for prosecution. Because our department leadership continues to put public safety first, I assure you the members of San Gabriel POA will continue to do their part to ensure that the city of San Gabriel remains a safe place to live and visit. Several city councils, including our neighboring city of Rosemead, have recently passed a vote of no confidence against George Gascon. We now ask you, the Council of San Gabriel, to please do the same and to put the safety and well-being of the fine residents of San Gabriel first. We ask that you put your constituents above politics and before any personal opposition to this resolution that you may have. Currently, violent crime is up throughout the county of Los Angeles and in the city of San Gabriel as well. We, the members of the San Gabriel POA, believe that this spike in crime is directly due to George Gascon's directives that do not hold criminal offenders accountable and do not prosecute misdemeanors, directives which put criminals first by putting more of them on the streets to break the law again and again, victimizing good, honest, and hardworking citizens. Thank you. The next comment is from Michael Matoba and reads as follows. I live in this community. My child goes to SGUSD, and I volunteer with a local nonprofit in this city to make this city a better place. When DA Gascon came into office, I was hopefully that there may be a shift in the criminal justice system to include more rehabilitation for low-level crimes. Despite his calls for social justice and rehabilitation, in the first 6 months of office, he has not created a single new rehabilitation program, but instead relies on the programs of his predecessors. Instead, we see special directives that erode the criminal justice system and are broadly enforced without considering the facts of each individualized case. These blanket policies were not well researched or planned because many had to be rewritten a few days after they were instituted. Furthermore, some of these policies have been blocked because they were illegal. The surviving policies place the citizens of San Gabriel at risk and threaten to change this wonderful city. Special allegations in the criminal justice system are designed to hold those accountable that commit exceptional acts of criminal malfeasance. Under Mr. Gascon's policies, a man that robs and shoots an elderly woman with a gun and places her into a coma will be eligible for the exact same criminal sentence as a man that wrestles a purse away from a woman. Anyone who hears this should be outraged. This is not just. This is not right. Facts do matter, and a blanket policy without consideration of the facts does not protect the people of San Gabriel. Recently, Mr. Gascon described his true feelings about hate crimes in a recent interview. He said, I quote, "Enhancements and your larger periods of incarceration do not work, even for hate crimes." End quote. This is not a statement that brings comfort to myself and the diverse city of San Gabriel, whose many residents have to live in fear because of the rising tide of anti-Asian hate. As the voice of the city, this council must make sure that these injustices are addressed. At the end of the day, this is about protecting our children, our citizens of all backgrounds, our businesses, our schools, and to protect what makes this city truly special. I ask that this council support Resolution 2119 and vote no confidence for George Gascon. Thank you. The next comment is from Jill Redding and reads as follows. To whom it may concern. This evening, public comments regarding agenda item 7A solicited public statements from residents. This solicitation was made in a Facebook post in the community, Word on the Street, San Gabriel, California, dedicated to matters concerning San Gabriel. It is the opinion of this particular resident that the San Gabriel City Council take no action at this time with regards to item 7A, and that addressing this when we have more pressing issues in the community is a waste of resources and time. Further, Gascon has only held the office since December 2020. Since his policies do not pose a fiscal impact on San Gabriel, perhaps the City Council can turn toward matters elsewhere. The next comment is from Jawazwi Kasturi and reads as follows. Dear members of the council, as a homeowner in San Gabriel and a voter, I strongly support LA County District Attorney George Gascon's efforts to deprioritize victimless nuisance crimes, such as possession of drug paraphernalia, in order to concentrate limited court resources on far more severe felonies. As such, I strongly oppose the motion of no confidence brought up as part of the agenda tonight and urge you to take no action or vote no. The next comment is from Kathy Giordano and reads as follows. Dear elected City Council members, I'm sure we all remember the horrific crime against a child named Gabriel Fernandez. If Gabriel had survived from the gruesome abuse attacks, you could only stop and think, what would he say about George Gascon and his leniency toward convicted criminals of violent hate crimes, crimes against children, and the disrespect he has repeatedly displayed toward victims and their family members. And now I am writing to you because Gabriel can't. Within minutes of being sworn in, Mr. Gascon made drastic changes that he did not disclose when campaigning that are letting violent and dangerous criminals back out into our streets. This is unacceptable. There isn't a city within LA County that haven't seen a rise in crime rates. No one is against reform, growth, and change. Gascon claims that is what he is doing, but it isn't. As early as last week, Gascon said enhancements do not work even for hate crimes. Hate crimes not only affect the victim, but also families, communities, and even the entire country. The DA is supposed to fight for everyone. He is undermining the hard work of our men and women in law enforcement, which puts every citizen at risk. Yes, he was elected, but just think back of what was going on in our communities and what was and wasn't being reported by media at time. He isn't open to dialogue. He isn't open to opinion. He isn't open to moderation. It doesn't matter to him what the people in the communities he was elected to protect want. It doesn't matter to him what little Gabriel would have wanted. Gascon has unlawfully gone against California voters who voted for the death penalty and zero bail. He refuses to charge any juvenile as an adult, no matter how heinous crime. He has also dismantled the hardcore gang unit and refuses to add every special enhancement charges. A vote of no confidence from the city of San Gabriel would send a message loud and clear to the people of San Gabriel and LA County that safety and victim rights do matter. A vote of no confidence is a nonpartisan way of speaking up that any person, company, union, or city council can do to let someone know you need to listen and we need to talk because you're not doing your job. Please, now it's time for you to stand up for us and say yes to the vote of nonpartisan no confidence in George Gascon. To quote the mayor of Beverly Hills, safety and security is job one. With gratitude and respect. The next comment is from Charmaine Licardi, San Gabriel resident and homeowner, and reads as follows. I understand City Council will be voting tonight on the no confidence vote regarding our current DA Gascon. I urge you to vote for a no confidence vote for our current crooked pro-thug breaking the law District Attorney Gascon. Council members, the safety of our residents is in your hands. You are all responsible for ensuring everything is done to protect us. Even our local next door site has reports of increasing crime incidents every day. People here are fed up with living with this, and you will not be able to fool people that crime is not a big problem here now. Re-elections come up next year, and believe me, the topic of safety will be a hot topic. Casting a no vote against a no confidence declaration will be used against a candidate, as we are all experiencing rising crime every day. You can bet your bottom dollar. And speaking of dollars, what is to stop a crime victim here from suing you for a wrong decision here? We have seen individual financials, and you have a lot to lose. Think. The next comment is a message to Mr. Mayor from Joseph Youth and Constitutional Rights Advocate. Good evening, Council. I'm writing today because DA George Gascon has created an unsafe environment for all residents of LA County. His illegal and unethical policies and directives must be stopped. In the case of a police officer who was murdered in the line of duty, George Gascon declined the penalty of death, or should I say, in the case of a police officer and deputy sheriff, the deputy's name is Sergeant Steve Owen. The officer's name is Officer Keith Boyer. One worked for the LA County Sheriff's Department and one worked for the Whittier Police Department. In fact, Sergeant Steve Owen's daughter heard the bullets that killed her father. In the case of an 8-year-old boy who was brutally murdered by his mother and her boyfriend, who literally stored him in a cabinet to the point where his sister and brother had to sneak him food, George Gascon allowed the mother to apply for resentencing so that she can receive a term shorter than life without the possibility of parole. In the case of a young 26-year-old police officer who tried to stop vandals from tagging up his community and was successful, but when they returned, they opened fire, killing him, George Gascon refused to file enhancements until an injunction was granted against him. His sister now lives in complete pain and utter shock. I ask that you vote no confidence in the name of Officer Juan Jose Diaz. Under George Gascon's special directives, enhancements aren't charged in many cases, or in any case unless he deems necessary, which is never. In his first 2 weeks, he refused to charge hate crime enhancements until he was pressed to do so. These facts alone show you that his violent rhetoric, violation of his oath, and violation of the California Constitution, Marsy's Law, 2008 Victims' Right, and overall disregard for victims, their families, and their rights is dangerous and must be stopped. Let this not be a message that the DA's office is incapable of completing the official task in their governmental capacity. However, let this be a message that Mr. Gascon is not capable of properly and unbiased leading one of the nation's largest prosecuting agencies. The facts are that over the course of his campaign, many public defenders donated to him, which is fine. I've been to the point where he hires the one who donates to him for $1.5 million. This same prosecutor, the Express, believed that prison is obsolete. Let this be a signal. Let this be a sign tonight. I recommend that you vote no confidence. I yield back. The next comment is from Devin Cormier and reads as follows. I am writing in support of a no confidence vote in George Gascon. Don't be fooled when you hear he was elected to do what he's doing. This is democracy. The true measure of democracy is the ability to hold our elected officials accountable. They work for us, we the people. Gascon did not tell voters the truth about his planned directives when asking for their votes. Look at his website, georgegascon.org. He does not say he would eliminate most sentencing enhancements, special circumstances, and life without parole eligible sentences. Disallow all transfers of 16 and 17-year-olds to adult court, where they must remain in juvenile court, even for cases of murder, rape, attempted murder, and child molestation. Prohibit the filing of misdemeanor crimes such as criminal threats, trespass, disturbing the peace, and resisting arrest. Bar deputy district attorneys from attending parole hearings. Create a resentencing unit to resentence convicted criminals who have currently served 15 years. This includes violent offenders. This will amount to 20 to 30,000 potential criminals being released into our communities. Slash gang and narcotics units in half. This will lead to more violence on our streets and more victims in our communities. Council members, these are not reforms. These are dangerous directives and blanket policies that are failing Los Angeles. Your vote of no confidence sends a message to George Gascon that you will stand with victims, survivors, and families, and that you stand for public safety. I do not live in San Gabriel, but I do live in Los Angeles County. We are all Angelenos. We are all interconnected and a part of the same larger community. There are no physical borders between cities, and what happens throughout Los Angeles affects each of us. Please help us hold George Gascon accountable. Vote yes on this no confidence resolution. Thank you. The next comment is from Karen Roseberry, concerned citizen of Los Angeles County, and reads as follows. To the honorable members of the San Gabriel City Council, thank you so much for taking up the new business agenda item A, the consideration of resolution number 2019, a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. While this is largely a symbolic vote being considered, the symbol that it represents is a step of protection for a system of government that holds elected officials accountable. Much talk is often given about Gascon having been elected. In that discussion, it is imperative to identify for which he was elected. He was elected to the office of district attorney to prosecute offenders of crime. While he does have discretion over which cases will face prosecution, that is supposed to be based upon the evidence brought forth in each particular case. His discretion does not extend to a refusal of blanket unwillingness to prosecute any number of crimes found in the Penal Code, including resisting arrest, prostitution, and trespassing. These laws have been passed to protect law-abiding citizens and ensure a quality of life that all Angelenos should be able to enjoy. Nor does his authority give him the right to disregard the will of the voters. Particularly concerning is the fact that in the very same election in which he was elected, Californians and Angelenos voted to reinstate cash bail in Proposition 25. In Los Angeles, this vote was nearly 2% points higher than Gascon's own election. Yet this vote, expressing the will of the voters, has also been ignored by Gascon. The directives issued by Gascon unilaterally and summarily dismiss prosecution of any number of crimes that the legislature and the voters have enacted, and such is a grave abuse of power. As such, it is essential that other elected officials serve as a check and a balance upon this abuse. Gascon was elected to office to enforce the law, not to change the law and selectively determine which laws are to be enforced. If he believes the law needs to be changed, then he needs to become legislator. But as a district attorney, his job is to ensure equitable enforcement of the law as written. As city council members, you have been elected and are guided by the mission statement. We are responsible for helping our city to thrive financially by creating an inviting, safe, and vibrant physical environment for all residents, businesses, and visitors. The policies of George Gascon undermine these objectives and warrant a vote of no confidence. Gascon's directives on sentencing to consistently seek the most minimum of sentences, particularly in refusing to oppose parole in any cases, or even send deputy district attorneys to the parole hearings, do not reflect an understanding of justice that the special circumstances of certain heinous and egregious offenses warrant sentences appropriate to that crime. Furthermore, these actions embolden a criminal element and make it unsafe for residents and visitors of the community. I'm sorry, Assistant City Clerk, is that the time limit?
It's the timer.
Thank you. The next comment is from Mike Glass and reads as follows. Dear citizens, public employees helping our region, please consider a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County DA George Gascon. I have been in the area and working in the area for a long time, decades. The change since Gascon took office is pretty clear. There's more crime now in the area, and the area is less safe than it used to be. Gascon does the opposite of what a DA is supposed to do, support law and order. He is opposed to law enforcement and is for releasing as many criminals into the population as possible. I appreciate any support you can lend to voting no confidence in George Gascon. The next comment is from Julie Yanow and reads as follows. Dear City Council member, I am writing to urge you to cast a vote of no confidence against George Gascon, who is ruining our cities with his policies. Please stand up for the rights and safety of your fellow citizens and constituents. Thank you. The next comment is from Casey Cox and reads as follows. Gascon is a terrible person doing a terrible job. Vote Gascon out. People like this have no business being in charge of district attorneys' offices whose job it is to prosecute and lock up criminals, not advocate for them. The next comment is from Karen Berg and reads as follows. Please give a vote of no confidence in George Gascon. Crime does pay now that he is in office. There have been more criminal attacks on citizens due to his policies. Please protect your citizens as you were elected to do. The next comment is from Paula Stern and reads, please vote no confidence. This man's insanity must end. The next comment is from Emily Rudo, designer, and reads, vote no confidence on George Gascon's policies, please. The next comment is from Melissa Utterback and reads as follows. Council members, I strongly urge you as a voice for the voiceless to vote no confidence in George Gascon as district attorney. He's taking California down a dark and hopeless road. The citizens of California are fed up with these radical changes, as you can see by the valiant efforts of the citizens to recall the dictator, Gavin Newsom. Please be bold and stand for what is true, good, and right by voting no confidence in George Gascon, respectfully. The next comment is from Ted Olivos and reads as follows. Please vote no confidence in George Gascon. He is essentially emptying prisons and ignoring victims. He was the beneficiary of political bullying by nonprofits whose primary goal is to disrupt and destroy the systems we have grown up for in their own enrichment. The nonprofit activists have manipulated the electorate to pass dangerous and poorly written propositions that have already cost lives. Why continue this? I grew up in Los Angeles County and remember just 4 or 5 years back when we could walk into a store and not have the merchandise locked up. Because of the propositions and activist DAs, we have to have employees unlock cases of razors and other items that are routinely stolen by organized crime rings enabled by these sick policies. As a person of color, I have worked very hard to provide a comfortable life for me and my family through education and hard work. George Gascon and the activities that support him are threatening my family's safety. George Gascon and his activist mentality is sacrificing law-abiding citizens' safety for unproven and dangerous theories about crime, policing, and prisons. This has to stop. The next comment is from Bruce Morgan and reads, I am urging the city to vote no confidence in George Gascon's policies. The next comment is from Ruth Kawamoto and reads as follows. I urge the San Gabriel City Council to vote no confidence in George Gascon as district attorney. His policies are gutting criminal justice throughout Los Angeles County, and in refusing to prosecute many types of crimes and prohibiting enhancements for very serious, dangerous, violent crimes, he has communicated to criminals that it is now open season on the public. Every day Gascon remains in office decreases public safety throughout Los Angeles County. The next comment is from Vox Populi and reads as follows. We, the law-abiding working class residents of San Gabriel, urge you to vote no confidence against District Attorney George Gascon, the grand enabler of gang members, child molesters, domestic batteries, and every matter of psychopath, who thrives on weakening the foundations and pillars of our criminal justice system by giving the aforementioned sociopaths a slap on the wrist. The grieving mothers, fathers, siblings, husbands, and wives of slain innocent people urge you to vote against this evil man, whose reckless and irresponsible pro-criminal policies are resulting in an escalation of violence against law-abiding working Californians everywhere. Do you think the escalation of hate crimes against Asian Americans is any coincidence? When criminals know that they can walk free, attacking people on the basis of their ethnicity or race with impunity, knowing that the District Attorney of Los Angeles will not prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law? The next comment is from Catherine Riggins, LA County resident, and reads as follows. City Councilman, good afternoon. I write to urge you to vote no confidence against DA George Gascon because his actions are clearly pro-criminal. Countless loved ones of victims are shouting against the injustice of this preferential treatment throughout LA County. He has to go. The next comment is from Anna Pring and reads as follows. I am a victim of crime and plead that you vote no confidence on George Gascon's policy at this evening's meeting. Sincerely. The next comment is from Valerie Perales and reads, please vote no confidence on George Gascon's policies. The next comment is from Jamie Vaugh and reads as follows. Good afternoon. I am writing this email in regards to George Gascon's policies. I am letting you know that his policies have caused crime to skyrocket in Los Angeles County. I no longer feel safe, as does my family and community members. I ask of you to vote no confidence in Mr. Gascon. This is a nonpartisan issue. This is a public safety issue in San Gabriel since Mr. Gascon refuses to file criminal charges against criminals in certain cases and lets off others with a slap on the wrist. Do it for San Gabriel. Do it for law and order. Do it for common sense. Thank you and have a great day. The next comment is from Edward Terezik and reads as follows. I support yes on no confidence in Los Angeles County DA Gascon. He is not the person for the job. He is not persecuting criminals enough for their crimes. I feel fear for my family and me when walking the streets. The crime rate just going up. This is ridiculous, and he needs to be removed. Thank you. The next comment is from Dr. Felix Nunez of San Gabriel and reads as follows. As a resident of the city of San Gabriel who voted for George Gascon, I am insulted that any elected official has decided to cancel my vote and the will of the residents of the County of Los Angeles. Elections have consequences, and this resolution is a blatant and ham-fisted attempt to promote a right-wing agenda, targeting an elected official who is doing exactly what he said he would do if elected. It's time to act like grown-ups and accept that the election is over and decide that either you will work with those elected by the people or step aside and pout on your own time. In the LA Times article published this past Sunday, it is clear to me that Mr. Gascon is attempting to recalibrate our prosecutorial processes in a way that would bring a tiny bit of balance back to a system that is infested with racism and injustice. Black and brown residents of LA County have bore the brunt of the inequities perpetuated by a judicial system which was, since its inception, designed to contain and restrain them. There is absolutely no question that this broken system perpetuates crime in communities of color and does not even pretend to rehabilitate nor reform those who are squeezed and crushed through the meat grinder of incarceration. Mr. Gascon is being targeted by Sheriff Villanueva and other elected officials who blindly follow the small-minded theory that all those accused or convicted of crimes are worthless pieces of trash who are only worthy of warehousing in prisons. I prefer to follow the theory of people like Father Greg Boyle, who actually believe what is written in Scripture and live their lives trying to follow the teachings of the gospel. I say sorry to those who have decided to live their lives in perpetual fear and ignorance. LA County voters have made their will very clear, and idiotic resolutions, which do nothing but risk putting my beloved community in the category of municipalities that feel they paternalistically know better than the electorate, are an offensive waste of time. I strongly encourage a no vote on this poorly conceived resolution. Time to move on. The next comment is from Josh Boyer and reads as follows. To whom it may concern, I believe George Gascon is a criminal in politicians' clothing. He is making it easier for criminals to get away with crimes by repealing gun laws and making it so criminals spend less time behind bars for their crimes. I believe what he is doing in office is an egregious offense to anyone who cares about the safety of our communities, to the officers who protect us, and to the victims, like myself, who have suffered at the hands of criminals. My father and hero, Officer Keith Boyer, Whittier PD, was killed in the line of duty in the aftermath of changes just like Gascon is doing. Please recall George Gascon and put a stop to the madness he is pursuing. Please help me feel safe in my community. Thank you. The next comment is from Emily Olstrup and reads as follows. Hello, please vote no confidence in George Gascon. Thank you. The next comment is from Ed Marzek and reads as follows. The minorities suffer the most due to Gascon's pro-criminal policies. Please help put a stop to his insane decisions. Thank you. The next comment is from Monica Cardenas and reads as follows. Please, I urge you to vote no confidence against Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon policies. Mr. Gascon is not in the best interest of victims. All victims have rights. Thank you. The next comment is from Isabel Kiefer and reads as follows. Hello, council members and mayor. I am here to request you cast a no confidence vote for George Gascon, DA. His directives are flawed and are causing and will cause immeasurable harm to many communities. He claims racism causes injustice, i.e. long-term imprisonment. No crime, many times horrible acts of crime, cause a person to receive long-term sentences. Gascon's directives are right now today, and every day he is in office causing victims and their families denied justice as Gascon refuses to file charges where appropriate and is retroactively removing charges for heinous crimes committed and releasing these criminals. Do not be fooled by his rhetoric of data and science statement. He is like the emperor's new clothes story. It does not exist. Please vote no confidence. You are voting for your constituents, your families, and yourselves. We never know when one of us may become victims. Thank you. The next comment is from Ali Altaha and reads as follows. The Honorable City Councils and Council Members, City of Arcadia, City of Diamond Bar, City of Manhattan Beach, City of San Gabriel, City of Santa Fe Springs, City of Redondo Beach. I urge you to vote on a no confidence on the bigot George Gascon. He needs to be booted out of California without delay. I lived in SF for years when he first came in as a registered Republican from Arizona and switched sides for the convenience of being hired as the chief of police by then Mayor Gavin Newsom. In 2009, Gascon wasted no time with his controversies, dueling with me on national news with his outrageous bigot remarks in a public fundraising event. Remarks that showed his true bigotry colors, his racism, and more important, his low IQ fueled by his arrogance and ignorance of facts. The same colors that he proven with his disregard to law and order. When SF became the city with the highest number of normal people cars smash and grab just for fun. Normal citizens and their properties had no rights under Gascon. The same color with his financial handlers and specifically Willie S. Brown that paid him a $1 million so he can find a way to drop the charges on a millionaire that lived in my building called the Infinity after a CCTV recording showed a domestic violence incident of the millionaire hitting his GF over 200 times. The millionaire was whisked to Florida without prosecution. The same legal technicality was deployed in 2016-17 after the arrest and trial of Zula Jones of the SFHRC, the queenpin of the current pay and play in the CCSF, unearthed recently by the USAO and the FBI. The corruption evidence on Zula Jones was sealed by Gascon on Willie Brown orders. As a DA, he wasted no time forcing his office staff to engage in his political campaigns while they were on the city payroll. A simple search of the SF Examiner and SF Gate will show one article after another on the bigot Gascon and his controversies. Gascon has no morals, a wishy-washy idiot, and the record shows he wasted no time in LA County whatsoever since January 22, 2021, jumping in from one controversy to another. Please join the rest of us, protect the normal citizens, and vote no confidence. Thank you. The next comment is from Kristen Lindquist and reads as follows. I urge you to support the resolution you have to recall George Gascon. He is doing horrible, horrible things to the people who live in Los Angeles County by letting these criminals back out on the streets, giving them lighter sentences, not trying them based on all the circumstances of the crimes they commit. Basically, he is just rewriting the law without the authority to do. Please vote to recall George Gascon or support the resolution is probably the way I should say it. Thank you so much. The next comment is from Sir Hagobian and reads as follows. Honorable council members, I understand that you will be considering a vote of no confidence against LA District Attorney George Gascon. I would like to urge you to vote no confidence on his policies. His priorities are not in line with the needs of the citizens of LA County. I understand he is too lax on dangerous criminals and does not understand our need for safety, especially during the times we are living in. The next comment is from Shireen and reads as follows. Greetings, Mayor and San Gabriel City Council members. I am writing to you as a very concerned resident of Glendora and frequent patron of San Gabriel businesses and parks. The safety of our children, residents, and visitors is in jeopardy under George Gascon's soft on crime policies and directives. What do you think happens when you remove the element of fear from getting caught for committing a crime? It does not decrease the numbers of crimes committed, that's for sure. Public safety should be the #1 concern of each and every elected city official, and I don't even feel safe going to the mall or park anymore. We are all part of one community and our cities are interconnected. One of many policies I strongly disagree with is $0 bail, giving criminals zero reason not to commit a crime. Gascon implemented $0 bail, which we voted against, and disallowed the out on bail enhancement for all misdemeanors and many nonviolent felonies, including child abuse and domestic violence. Many of these crimes are repeat offenders and released within 48 hours. There's absolutely no punishment or deterrent to stop a criminal from continuously reoffending. The DA has also disallowed the filing of misdemeanor criminal threats, trespass, disturbing the peace, loitering to commit prostitution, drinking in public, and resisting arrest. These policies and the lack of punishment will lead to more serious crimes being committed in our community. As a lifelong citizen of LA County, I'm asking you to join the cities of Beverly Hills, Pico Rivera, Santa Clarita, Lancaster, Covina, Azusa, Whittier, Rosemead, and La Mirada to place a no confidence vote on George Gascon. The next comment is from Cynthia Schick and reads as follows. I am writing to express my support for the no confidence vote in George Gascon. I work in an industry that provides services to abused and trafficked women and have been appalled in, as case after case, their abusers are let out of jail, whereupon they continue to abuse these women. The women, victims of crime, often believe that they have no choice but to go back to their abuser. It takes many months of safety and separation before they can even begin to imagine taking care of themselves. They used to have that when their abusers were kept in jail for a few months. But George Gascon cares more about the rights of criminals and abusers than he does about victims of crime. I have heard him quoted sharing his vision of safe neighborhoods. This is dangerously naive for a district attorney, and his policy of commuting sentences and releasing violent offenders is creating exactly the opposite. Thank you. The next comment is from David and Debbie Dolan and reads as follows. Please vote no confidence. Gascon is a disgrace. His policies are giving criminals a free ride to commit crimes because there are no deterrents. People are less safe. The next comment is from Kathy Anaya and reads as follows. I urge a no confidence vote for Gascon. The next comment is from Sue Fitzsimmons, resident, City of San Gabriel, and reads as follows. Gascon, he has created a revolving door for criminals and has no regard for the victims and their rights. He defies the law and makes his own laws with total disrespect for his attorneys and law-abiding citizens. His actions are dangerous and reckless. The next comment is from Taylor Patterson and reads as follows. Please, I urge the City Council to place a vote of no confidence for the current District Attorney, George Gascon. We cannot allow violent criminals to commit violent crimes and treat them like they're children or like they're babies and they don't understand what they were doing. If the punishment doesn't fit the crime will continue to exist and will continue to escalate. Please help us to remain safe in our communities. The next comment is from Joanne Marcelino and reads as follows. Vote no confidence against George Gascon. The next comment is from Corrine Rodriguez and reads as follows. To whom it may concern, I am a victim of violence and DA George Gascon's policy changes have made me relive the worst moment of my life. My brother was murdered by two individuals that went on a murder spree one summer. Due to some of the recent policy changes, my family, along with the other victims' families, were devastated to find out that these individuals were up for potential early release. We had to relive the crimes all over again to face these individuals who again showed no remorse for what they did. These policies are a slap in the face by our justice system and have showed that victims are less important than the criminals. Please consider a vote of no confidence today against DA George Gascon and his policies. Sincerely. The next comment is from Patsy Okada and reads as follows. Dear San Gabriel City Council, I would like to encourage the San Gabriel City Council to vote a no confidence Gascon. District Attorney Gascon's reform policies are pro-criminal and not pro-victims and their families. Gascon's policies are dangerous to the safety of the San Gabriel community. How many have taken a stand against Gascon? Beverly Hills, Pico Rivera, Santa Clarita, Lancaster, Covina, Whittier, Rosemead, and La Mirada have declared a no confidence on District Attorney George Gascon. Association of Deputy District Attorneys sues District Attorney George Gascon over enhancements policy. Kern County District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer was the first to slam Gascon's policies. Next, San Diego County District Attorney Summer Steffen. A week later, on January 11, Sacramento County District Attorney Anne Marie Schubert. January 20th, Fresno District Attorney Lisa Smitkamp. Sheriff Villanueva. Victims' families have slammed District Attorney George Gascon. Sincerely. The next comment is from Alexis Salamanca and reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor Leal, Vice Mayor Ding, and Council Members Harrington, Menchaca, and Pu. As a resident and business owner in the city of San Gabriel, the last thing we want in our city is to put more criminals on the street. It affects everyone. I strongly support adopting resolution number 2119, a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. Our SGPD does an amazing job protecting our city, working 24/7. However, if District Attorney Gascon continues to fail and refuses to prosecute these criminals and does not allow deputy district attorneys to properly fulfill their duties and responsibilities in prosecuting criminals, it is pointless for our police department to put their lives at risk chasing down and arresting criminals that will be back on the streets within hours. The highest priority for the city of San Gabriel is to safeguard and protect the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of our residents and businesses. This also includes protecting the financial well-being of our residents and businesses by working to defend our community against criminals. Late last year, the HERE Commission was created. Its purpose to advance and advocate for equity, access, diversity, social justice, safety, mutual appreciation, increased cultural competency, positive intergroup relations, and respect for all members of the San Gabriel community. This committee is meaningless if the council members do not adopt resolution number 2119, a pro-community safety and the physical, emotional, and mental well-being of our community. Either you are pro-safety or pro-criminal. There is no middle ground here. Elections are coming. We need to know where the city council stand. We elected council members to protect our city, not their personal agenda. And Assistant City Clerk, if you could take over.
Sure. The next public comment is from Zig Zhang, and it reads as follows. Good evening, City Council members and city staffs. My name is Zig Zhang. I'm the Vice President of the Chinese American Political Action Committee, and it is an honor to be here and speak on behalf of my organization. As all you know, there are many hate crimes against Asian American and Pacific Islander happened in our communities from East Coast to West Coast since the pandemic crisis last year. And most of the victims were elder women and women. Even now, those hate crimes are still happening in Asian American and Pacific Islander community. If there are no tough legislation on crimes, those hate crimes against Asian American will continually happen on the innocent elders and women, and will have more tragedies happen in our communities, and more families will lose their grandfathers, grandmothers, fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. George Gascon, Los Angeles County District Attorney, who's supposed to protect our people and our communities, but now it seems likely he is protecting the criminals of the crimes. Tough on crimes is the last shield to stop more crimes on the street. If there is no serious cost to the criminals for what they do for the innocent people, it will be more innocent people become victims in our communities. On the other hand, the way George Gascon does, it also distresses the confidence on the frontline law enforcement agencies. According to today's Fox 11 report, when Azusa City Councilman Andrew Mendez criticizes Gascon's directives create a revolving door for the criminals, Max Sabo, a spokesperson for Gascon, sees it differently. He says the point of the directives is to fix the revolving door that is our current criminal justice system. You have to remember that before Mr. Gascon took office during tough on crime administration, violent crime went up 25% in spite of the fact that LA County sent more people to prison per capita than 56 and 58 California counties. Whatever Max Sabo said, we totally disagree with it because we know that more crimes are not because of the tough legislation. In the reality, when any crime are happened, it will have victims. Only victims know how much pain they suffer. That is the end of the 3 minutes. The next comment is from a concerned citizen, and it reads as follows. Please vote no confidence on George Gascon's policy. He is destroying the justice system for victims. Thank you. The next comment is from Paula Glickstein. It reads as follows. Normally, I consider these attempts to recall sour grapes. But in this case, it appears the people who voted for Mr. Gascon had no idea that he has no respect for the law. While they should have looked into his beliefs before voting, they didn't, and we now have a district attorney who seems unwilling to prosecute people who commit crimes. That's extremely dangerous. There are enough problems in Los Angeles County at the moment. Having a district attorney who refuses to prosecute or respect the law is making a bad situation far worse. Please add my voice to those who are requesting the council vote no confidence in Mr. Gascon. The next comment is from Gary White, and it reads as follows. Please urge the City Council to vote no confidence against District Attorney George Gascon. I would feel much safer if Gascon was not allowed to remain in the office to continue to favor criminals over victims. He will demoralize the police. We would be all safer without Mr. Gascon and his radical policies in the district attorney's office. The next comment is from Sandy Verna Jackson, and it reads as follows. Dear City Council members, I know you are considering a vote tonight in your meeting. Please vote for no confidence against Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. I am writing as a widow and a victim of crime. My husband was an LAPD officer who was murdered in the line of duty in 1983. Our family has been put through almost 38 years of court proceedings, and we are currently facing another retrial for one of my husband's murderers. The other is on death row. Please do the right thing and support victims, not criminals, as District Attorney Gascon's policies do. We are all victims at his hands. On behalf of our family, thank you. The next comment reads, vote no, 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 confidence in George Gascon. It is submitted as anonymous. The next comment is from Lindsay Miller, and it reads as follows. Hi, I am emailing to express my disappointment in George Gascon. I understand that your city is considering a no confidence vote. I highly support this. My understanding is that he is not holding criminals accountable for their actions, which is dramatically increasing repeat offenders. We have witnessed this firsthand in our neighborhood, and each time we report a crime to the police, we hear it is no longer considered a felony because of Proposition 47 and George Gascon. This is deeply frustrating, and it sends a message that committing crimes does not involve consequences. The next comment is from Trudy Bomi, and it reads as follows. I do not live in San Gabriel. I live in Santa Clarita and spend a lot of time in your city. I encouraged my city to pass a vote of no confidence for George Gascon, which we did, because the safety of children and families everywhere is important to me. Therefore, I urge you to vote for no confidence today against George Gascon. The policies and directives implemented by George Gascon adversely affect the public safety in our communities. These policies do not help or support our residents. Basically, these policies provide comfort and support to criminals. Gascon implemented zero bail for all misdemeanors and many nonviolent felonies, including child abuse and domestic violence. Many of these crimes are by repeat offenders. This policy is a direct violation of the will of the people. I voted against zero bail in the fall of 2020, along with many of my fellow citizens. The DA has even disallowed the out on bail enhancement. That means a person can commit domestic violence, child abuse, theft crimes, vandalism, battery, second and third time DUI, and all sorts of other crimes, get arrested, and then get released within 48 hours on zero bail. That person can then turn around and reoffend, and it is happening now in my community, and there is absolutely no punishment or deterrent to stop these criminals. The DA has also disallowed the filing of a misdemeanor criminal threats, trespass, disturbing the peace, loitering, to commit prostitution, drinking in public, and resisting arrest. This means that individuals can harass patrons and community members at our malls, supermarkets, restaurants, and daycare center, a school, or just about anywhere, resist arrest and attack the police when deputies and officers are called, and the wrongdoer will be released within 48 hours with no charge. These policies will lead to diminished quality of life in San Gabriel, and the lack of punishment or deterrence will eventually lead to those individuals committing more serious crimes. These policies will also destroy the morale of the deputies and police officers who honorably patrol neighborhoods. Gascon never mentioned during his campaign for LADA that he would implement the incredibly reckless policies he has put forth for his department. To follow that, I am sure you are all aware of by now. And that is all the 3 minutes. The next comment is by Nina, and it reads as follows. Good afternoon. I am writing to you today in regards to this evening's City Council meeting. I urge the council members to vote no confidence on George Gascon's policies for LA County. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. Mr. Mayor, we are approximately halfway through the comments. I wanted to check with you to see if you would like to take a break or would you like us to continue reading?
Well, I think, it's hard for you to read all these public comments. Maybe we take another 5 minutes break. Is that good enough for both of you?
That's fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll come back at 10:06.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we're now resuming the meeting at 10:07 p.m.
That's correct, City Clerk. And so continue with the public comments. And
Yes, sir.
yes, so it looks like total of 112. And we're halfway, right? We're halfway through.
About halfway.
Uh,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. The next comment is from Sheldon Berg and reads as follows. Dear Council Member, I urge you to vote no confidence in Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon. Mr. Gascon has implemented policies that endanger the public in favor of criminals, including heinous criminals. We as citizens must have representatives who put our safety, security, and well-being as their primary mission. Respectfully. The next comment is from Leslie Lardner Lopez and reads, Hi there. Please vote no confidence this evening. We must keep criminals where they belong, in jail. They must be held accountable and not given lighter sentences at the will of Gascon. My family resided in San Gabriel from 1957 until 2011. Please keep our city and others safe by voting no confidence. Thank you. The next comment is from Kelly and reads as follows. I am writing to ask that your city council please vote no confidence in Gascon. The amount of crime and homelessness that has skyrocketed is astounding. Downtown Los Angeles look like a rundown Gotham. Overpasses all over LA County are filled with lines of tents. Do not become like the rest of LA because of the rhetoric of one politician who already left San Francisco in shambles. We live in Azusa, and although I love our city, whenever the tents pop up on the freeway, a wave of crime, panhandlers, and human waste little our neighborhoods. My husband was recently assaulted by a homeless man with a crowbar. We pay too much money to live like this. It is enough. We need you to take a stand against the dangerous rhetoric of the divisively charged identity politics. Please support our police, keep critical race theory out of your school, and encourage a city of free thought. DA Gascon has an agenda, and it is not to protect the average hardworking taxpayer. Please stand strong and vote no confidence. Thank you. The next comment is from Teresa Mollum. To the members of the City Council of San Gabriel, I fully support a vote of no confidence in LA County District Attorney George Gascon. This is not a partisan issue. Rather, this is a plea for public safety. From day one of his swearing in, he has disregarded the California Penal Code and the laws voted on by the people. George Gascon threatens the safety of our communities with his pro-criminal policies and actions. In support of the citizens of this community and of the many victims of violent crime, please vote no confidence in George Gascon. The next comment is from Alicia Alvarado, LA County resident, and reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor and San Gabriel City Council members. I'm emailing tonight on the subject of the vote of no confidence for George Gascon. The policies and directives implemented by Gascon have and will continue to adversely affect public safety. Gascon has disallowed the filings of misdemeanor criminal threats, trespass, disturbing the peace, loitering to commit prostitution, drinking in public, and resisting arrest. That means the citizens of this city can be harassed while at the park with their children, while out grocery shopping or out for a walk. And the individual harassing the citizen can then resist arrest, attack our officers, and be released within 48 hours with no charge. Gascon has also implemented zero bail for all misdemeanors and non-violent felonies, including child abuse and domestic violence. He has also ended cash bail, even though California voters overwhelmingly voted to keep bail in California through the defeat of Prop 25. I feel that these policies will destroy the morale of the officers who bravely patrol our neighborhoods. The DA has also disallowed filing special circumstances in any case permanently. Again, what this means is if a person in any LA County city rapes and murders a child, commits a hate crime murder, tortures a vulnerable victim to death, or kills a police officer, that person can be paroled at some point. Removing special circumstances gives murderers a chance to be free. like Julian Andrade's murderer. Julian Andrade was a 20-year-old young man brutally beaten and stabbed until he was unconscious. He was then driven up to Azusa Canyons not far from your city, where his killers repeatedly stomped on his head and threw his body down a cliff. The special circumstances of use of a deadly weapon, robbery, lying in wait, and kidnapping have been removed from this case. So life without parole will be off the table, and they can be out within 25 years. Julian Andrade's family will never see him again. Julian's story is only one of many. Just recently, Gascon has filed briefs in appellate court supporting a defendant after a judge refused to dismiss a firearms enhancement. And he no longer allows his prosecutors to attend parole hearings, leaving grieving victims and families without support. I understand he was elected, but please understand that those who voted for Gascon were not fully aware of the radical changes he would be making. They did not know that the DA they were electing would be siding with violent criminals. I feel like his policies are anti-victim and pro-criminal. His policies ignore justice and public safety. So I ask you to please join Beverly Hills, Pico Rivera, Santa Clarita, Lancaster, Whittier, Rosemead, Covina, and Azusa and give a vote of no confidence against George Gascon. Thank you. The next comment is from Eric L. Chan, Director on the San Gabriel County Water District Board of Directors. Dear Mayor and Council members, 3 weeks ago, I was the victim of a crime in San Gabriel. Someone tried to steal the catalytic converter from my father's car. Luckily, the criminal got scared away when his saw blade broke before he or she could finish. The criminal got away. But the saddest thing is that even if he or she had been caught, he or she would not be facing much trouble or punishment under DA Gascon, especially because technically the criminal did not complete the theft, even though the criminal caused quite a bit of damage to my father's car. Many of us have noticed that crime in our city is going up as a direct result of Mr. Gascon's lax attitude toward crime and his reluctance to prosecute and punish the criminals. His policies and special directives are soft on criminals, non-supportive of crime victims, and dangerous for the safety of our San Gabriel community, especially since we are currently celebrating Asian Heritage Month. I will remind you that Asians make up around 60% of our city's residents demographically. Statistically, Asians will comprise the majority of crime victims in our city. Mr. Gascon's policies are favorable to the criminals who are committing these crimes against all of our Asian neighbors. Now, I'm sure our council members join me in fighting against anti-Asian hate. Therefore, in order for them to put action to their words and our shared sentiments, and to protect the safety of the Asians and everyone in our San Gabriel community, council members must vote yes on a no confidence in DA George Gascon. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration. The next comment is from Michael Sun and reads as follows. I urge the council to vote no confidence against Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon. His progressive policies put all of us in danger by not prosecuting criminals to the full extent of the law. The next comment is from Bruce Evans and reads as follows. Hello, I am writing to add my voice to the groundswell of people all over LA County demanding the recall of George Gascon. Please vote this evening to ensure that happens. Thank you. The next comment is from Lance Higa and reads as follows. Please take into consideration a no confidence vote on George Gascon. As hard as the police try to keep us safe, this awful person just releases them to commit crimes and endanger us. As a resident of San Gabriel since 1968, we need to try and keep our neighborhood safe. Thank you. The next comment is from Judy Schlecht and reads as follows. I urge you to vote no confidence on George Gascon's policies. My dear friend's husband was an LAPD motors officer who was shot in the back after a traffic stop, killing him and leaving a wife and 2 young sons without their daddy. Gascon is considering releasing the murderer. Please stop this insanity. Thank you. The next comment is from Anna Battaglia and reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am in favor that you adopt resolution number 2119. Council should vote for a vote of no confidence in the Los Angeles County District Attorney, George Gascon. The next comment is from Abel Pereira and reads as follows. Dear San Gabriel Council, I'm one of the many very concerned citizens who strongly disagree with the detrimental policies George Gascon has instituted since becoming LA County District Attorney. As a lifelong citizen of Los Angeles County who has always cared deeply about public safety, I ask you to move your city council, place a no confidence vote on Mr. Gascon. So far, the cities of Beverly Hills, Pico Rivera, Santa Clarita, Lancaster, Comino, Whittier, Rosemead, and La Mirada have issued a no confidence in George Gascon, and many other cities across the county have this on their agendas. I hope I can count on you and your colleagues to issue the same. Within minutes of being sworn in, Mr. Gascon made drastic changes that he did not disclose when campaigning, which are letting violent and dangerous criminals back out onto our streets. This is unacceptable. In addition, Gascon filed briefs in appellate court supporting violent criminal defendants. Our DA is supporting the criminals' appeal. What a sad message that sends to those who have been victimized by these criminals, as well as those who have fought to seek justice for the victims. In addition, under the DA's recently enacted policies, prosecutors must now support parole for those rated as a low or moderate risk of reoffending. For those considered high risk, prosecutors must be neutral. In no case may they oppose parole. Gascon's policies are reducing the ability of his prosecutors throughout Los Angeles County to keep our streets safe for its citizens. George Gascon fooled the voters of LA County and must be removed from office. It certainly appears that Gascon's removal of gang enhancement charges are already profoundly impacting every community. Neither Beverly Hills or Sherman Oaks have been targeted by gang activity until now. Recently, it became clear that the well-publicized robbery and shooting at El Pastel restaurant in Beverly Hills was committed by the Rollin' 30s Crips gang. I fear that this type of brazen crime will continue unless we take a stand to change the lax and inappropriate sentences for violent criminals now being recommended due to Gascon's recently enacted policies. Even police stations are not safe. Someone firebombed the occupied Topanga police station just last month, putting at risk the lives of those law enforcement officers who are just doing their jobs. Sadly, the Los Angeles Police Protective League issued the following statement. Unfortunately, with a district attorney like George Gascon, there's a good chance the firebomber's crime will be pled down to starting an illegal campfire with a sentence recommendation of no s'mores at bedtime and a group therapy session to determine how society contributed to this crime. These attacks targeting law enforcement must stop, and those who carry out these attacks must be taken off our streets. It would be great to have a DA that agreed. I couldn't agree more. Finally, there are rallies being held throughout the Southland of the families who have lost loved ones to violent crime. Not only those who are awaiting trial or sentencing for violent crime face now much reduced sentences, those convicted felons who are currently in prison are being released. And that's the end of the 3 minutes. The next comment is from Bryce Yokomiso and reads as follows. Dear City Council of San Gabriel, as a citizen impacted by the violent crime of a loved one, I urge a vote of no confidence against Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. We must protect the people of San Gabriel. Respectfully yours. The next comment is from Julie Costanzo and reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor Liao and members of the City Council. As a former mayor of San Gabriel, public safety has always been a top priority, protecting our general public and victims' rights. It would be disappointing to know if this is no longer the priority of the current City Council and that you no longer take protecting our community to be of vital importance. Since being elected, LA County District Attorney George Gascon has chosen to abandon crime victims and their families. He continues to ignore public safety laws approved by the people. When Gascon talks about reform, what he really means is supporting the murderers and violent criminals by reducing sentences or not prosecuting violent crime altogether. We can no longer sit by and allow Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon to continue to contradict state laws. It is important that the City Council take an appropriate stance and support the adoption of Resolution number 2119 of a vote of no confidence in DA Gascon. Please continue to be pro-community safety by showing your support for the proposed resolution. Thank you. The next comment is from Berenice Villanueva and reads as follows. I support your vote of no confidence against Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon. The next comment is from H. Margolis and reads as follows. Dear Council Member, George Gascon's policies are a disaster for Los Angeles County and will result in an unsafe environment for families and community. So please, I urge you to vote no confidence on George Gascon's policies. The next comment is from Catherine Cordero and reads as follows. I am not in favor of the City Council passing Resolution number 2119. This is upsetting to say the least that this resolution is being considered. George Gascon is simply implementing the same policies he promoted during his campaign, based on the same campaign that the people of Los Angeles County supported and elected him for district attorney. If a politician is prohibited from keeping his word to the people, then we're left with a broken system. Thank you. The next comment is from Shannon Sexton and reads as follows. To the esteemed members of this council, I am writing this letter to you as a concerned citizen of Los Angeles County. I was inspired to become a prosecutor by my mother. She was a Los Angeles Deputy District Attorney who specialized in stalking and domestic violence. She brought me to work with her, showed me how she did her job, and most importantly, introduced me to the victims of crimes she was tasked to protect. The victims in her cases would tell her that she saved their lives. These people, who sometimes spent years constantly looking over their shoulders, wondering where their stalker was, could finally get some peace. They wrote her letters, invited her to their homes for dinner, even came to her retirement party to tell the stories of how my mother changed their lives. I believe that era is now gone. I'm genuinely curious about why people voted for Mr. Gascon and whether they still believe he stands for what they intended. Was it to prosecute more cops for use of force? Because in his first 5 months, I personally have seen 0 prosecutions for use of force. In fact, Mr. Gascon passed this duty on to another prosecuting agency so he could wash his hands clean of this promise. Instead, he has used his position to order his deputies to do the following. Dismiss all hate crime allegations. He backtracked on this recently only after an uproar from the LGBTQ community. Dismiss all allegations where a crime was committed while that person was out on bail for another crime. Dismiss all allegations that a crime was committed for the benefit of a criminal street gang, not to be confused with charging people just for being a gang member. Dismiss allegations that a criminal used a gun to commit a crime. He also backtracked on this, but only for certain scenarios. Dismiss allegations that the victim of a crime suffered great bodily injury. He also backtracked on this, but only for rare scenarios. Dismiss allegations that a defendant has committed crimes in the past. This means someone who commits a crime for the first time will be punished the same as someone who was previously convicted of murder, rape, robbery, etc., no matter how many times. A court determined this directive was illegal. He then issued a new directive to try to skirt around this that is still in a violation of this court's order. Refuse to request monetary bail regardless of the crime. Dismiss misdemeanor criminal threats if the defendant has any indication of substance use. Refuse to pursue the death penalty. Refuse to pursue life sentences without the possibility of parole. i.e. murder and rape as many people as you want, you will get a parole date. Cases that had been filed before Mr. Gascon took office would still be eligible for life without the possibility of parole, only because a judge informed Mr. Gascon that retracting them would be illegal. DAs will not object to parole, and they will not even show up to the hearing. DAs have been instructed not to request a body attachment for a witness who violates a subpoena. Victims of domestic violence are less than ecstatic to come to court and testify against their abusers. In many cases, this is because the victim believes they will anger the defendant. At the very least, that concludes the 3 minutes. The next comment is from Irma Granger and reads as follows. I strongly urge the City of Santa Fe Springs City Council to vote affirmatively tonight on the no confidence agenda item regarding Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. It is in the best interest of the citizens of the City of Santa Fe Springs for the City Council to make this important statement for the sake of public safety and in support of victims of violent crime in the City of Santa Fe Springs affected by Gascon's policies. George Gascon's policies are dangerous and demonstrate a lack of regard or care for the victims of crime in Los Angeles County, as noted by the areas he has targeted listed below. 1. Cash bail. There was no working on it. Despite the votes demanding via initiative that bail was necessary, DA Gascon instituted no cash bail anyhow. 2. Death penalty. George Gascon's policies guarantee every murderer a parole hearing in 20 to 30 years. At least this way they have a chance to get out and kill again. 3. Juvenile justice. Violent young men, 17 years, 11 months, will not be held in custody longer than age 25, even for vicious gang murders, mass killings, serial rapist murderers, and multiple body homicides. No matter how violent an offense or how many violent offenses a criminal commits, they will remain in juvenile courts with no exceptions. As an example, a 17-year, 11-month juvenile shot and killed his 16-year-old girlfriend and her 20-year-old sister. Then he burned down their apartment complex. DA Gascon firmly believes a maximum of 7 years serves justice in this case. In fact, he believes it so strongly he refused to meet with the victim's family. No longer allowed to file strike offenses, i.e. robbery, if the juvenile is 16 or 17 at the time of the offense. Instead of filing a robbery, would be required to file grand theft. No enhancements or allegations can be filed. 4. Victims. Gascon yells at victims to shut their mouth because they are uneducated. A killer 1 month shy of his 18th birthday shoots and kills 2 sisters, then burns down the family's apartment house. DA Gascon demands the petition to try the 17-year, 11-month-old killer be withdrawn. The prosecutors brought the case to management and asked management to meet with the victims. Instead, Chief Deputy Joseph Iniguez emailed the family and explained while the victims have rights, the needs of the defendant outweighed their views, and therefore, the defendant would remain in juvenile. George Gascon still refuses to meet with the victims. Result, massive witness intimidation, particularly in violent gang homicides and domestic violence cases. Violent cases are dismissed as there is no enforcement mechanism to necessary evidence can be presented in court. 5. Misdemeanors, refuses to file, resisting arrest, prosecution, drug and alcohol crimes, driving under the influence, first time, driving without a license or a suspended license, trespass, and dismissing all of these cases in misdemeanor court. 6. Gun policies. All prior, current, and future gun enhancements must be dismissed with rare exceptions. 7. Eliminating all sentence enhancements and allegations. And that is the end of the 3 minutes. Next comment is from San Gabriel resident Sean McMorris and reads as follows. Dear Mayor and City Council, I want to express my concern about this resolution coming before the City Council for a vote. This is a political stunt, pure and simple. Why is our City Council weighing in on the performance of a newly elected LA County District Attorney? This is clearly a partisan act, not unlike the current gubernatorial recall that our nonpartisan City Council should not take part in. Any one of you on the council wants to voice your displeasure with another fairly elected leader, do so on your own personal time or during your reserved time at the end of the city council meetings. George Gascon is implementing policies that he ran on. LA County residents made clear that they wanted justice reform when they elected DA Gascon. Now, those who disagree with his electoral win and his reform policies are trying to undermine him through smear and fear-mongering. This is essentially an extension of the big lie, and we need to acknowledge it as such by not humoring dog whistle political resolutions like this one before you today. This resolution is designed to once again rile up a base of people in our community through fear-mongering in order to set the stage for nasty political innuendos and dirty campaigning in 2022. In essence, you are being given an ultimatum here tonight. Either vote to support this resolution or you will be labeled weak on crime and or sympathetic to criminals. This is not only sophomoric political gamesmanship, but a faux ultimatum that should be called out for what it is, which is the enabling of a false and dangerous narrative and the manipulation of a disgruntled base that is the product of lies, scapegoating, and bad policies over the decades. Has this council learned nothing over the last year and a half about dog whistling and political fear-mongering? This kind of behavior must end. I believe our democratic institutions have never been in such peril as they are now. This peril was brought about through lies and disenfranchising policies based on race and class. Let us not pretend anymore that ignoring or humoring the continued perpetuation of junk politics grounded in exclusivity, fear, and lies is not dangerous or unacceptable. I am calling baloney on this resolution. I hope the majority of the city council does too. Sincerely. The next comment is from Joan Murray and reads as follows. Dear San Gabriel City Council, having lived here in San Gabriel for over 50 years, I urge you to join the growing number of cities to vote no confidence in District Attorney George Gascon. His attempts to dismantle our criminal justice system as part of his social experiment is a threat to all citizens of San Gabriel and Los Angeles County. This is not a Republican versus Democrat issue. This is a public safety issue. There is no disputing the fact that crime has increased rapidly since he took office in December. His policies do not hold criminals accountable, and they are a slap in the face to victims. He claims his ideas are based on science and data, but his science and data are completely biased studies funded by his supporters. These ridiculous claims have been debunked by the Criminal Justice Legal Foundation. Some of his directives have already been found to violate California law, while others still await adjudication. His no cash bail policy violates the will of California voters as evidenced in the 2020 November election. Voters in San Gabriel overwhelmingly voted against replacing cash bail. Please stand with those of us of all different races, ages, gender, and political parties who want to keep LA County safe and support victims of crime. Our elected officials are duty-bound to act in the best interest of public safety. George Gascon is acting in the best interest of criminals. Please vote no confidence in him. Respectfully. And Assistant City Clerk, if you would please read through comment 89.
This comment is from Nick Modesti, and it reads as follows. Hi, I am asking that you vote no confidence in George Gascon. His policies are not making our cities safer. Thanks. The next comment is from Wendy Cooling, and it reads as follows. Dear councils, LADA Gascon is hurting the safety of our community. I do not want this kind of person manage my neighbor city. I am concerned our safety. Please vote yes, affirming a vote of no confidence in Gascon. The next comment is from James Jacobs, Los Angeles County, and it reads as follows. Dear council members, I am given to understand that a resolution will be voted on tonight regarding the fitness of George Gascon to serve as the Los Angeles County District Attorney. I feel that I am well qualified to speak on this subject since I served just short of 26 years as a full-time Deputy District Attorney and 9 additional years as a part-time Deputy District Attorney working in the Life Prisoner Parole Hearing Unit. For the years of 1978 through 1983, I first worked in the East Valley Gang Task Force, where I established with Detective Charlie Arujo of the Sheriff Industry Station, and then with the Hardcore Gang Unit, which came on board about 6 months later and absorbed our unit in the Pomona Courthouse. I helped train the first 5 Deputy District Attorneys assigned to the Operation Hardcore and the first 2 classes of the Sheriff's Operation Safe Streets. I then rotated out of Pomona and subsequently worked gangs out of both Norwalk Courthouse and the Compton Courthouse under the Hardcore banner, and I am well qualified to speak on the issue of gangs. I have been certified as a gang expert in court by the California Senate and wrote a gang prosecution manual for the California Attorney General in 1981. One of the major gangs I dealt with in the industries area was Bassett Grande. When I was handling their cases, the area was covered with graffiti and gang members were hanging out on the street corners drinking beer. I recently drove through Bassett Grande not once but twice during research for a book, and the neighborhood had done a complete 180. The graffiti was gone, the park was looking nice, and all the houses were neat, and Bassett looked like it had changed for the better. Though this is far from a scientific observation, I was amazed at the improvement the people in the area had made. I had to believe that the gang units in the Sheriff's Department and in the District Attorney's Office had a lot to do with this improvement. I have worked the gang areas in 3 different court jurisdictions and have always gotten along well with the citizenry that lived in those areas. They do not want gangsters in their communities. One day I was doing a gang shooting from Baldwin Park, and one of my witnesses lived in the town. I asked her if she thought that East San Gabriel Valley Task Force had done any good in Baldwin Park, and she told me that they used to hear gunshots every night, but now was less than once a week. That is the end of the 3-minute timer. The next comment is from Karina D. Camuno Zuniga, and it reads as follows. He's destroying our cities, letting prisoners out early. If they've raped, murdered, robbed, and are pedophiles, they should be in jail and not released. He's destroying our cities. Regards. Next is a comment from George E. Herrera, San Gabriel resident, and it reads as follows. I am a resident and a here commissioner of the San Gabriel, and I wanted to voice my personal opinion on the vote of no confidence for our District Attorney General Gascon. It is my understanding that he is moving to relax crime laws. I fear this is not the right steps to take, given that this will only in a form incentivize misdemeanors crimes. This action will not serve as a deterrent on crime, nor will it bring down our prisoner count. Multiple misdemeanors, petty crimes, will add up and could lead to bigger crimes in the future. On the other hand, this will serve as a catalyst that will have bad long-term effects in our community. With last year's uprising, many of us are furious and we demand change. But let's bring positive change by working together and not by taking actions that pose negative long-term effects. We cannot afford to defund the police due to COVID. A record number of prisoners were released early. We do not want patrolling. Who do we want patrolling our streets? Our police officers or criminals? People that violate our set laws should be charged accordingly. After all, we are a country of law and not a country of anarchy. If the Attorney General cannot grasp a bigger picture of this situation and the importance of being tough on crime, we must cast a vote of no confidence. Attorney General Gascon, protect our laws or citizens or move out of the way. I urge our City Council to have a conversation on this topic and to unanimously cast a vote of no confidence on our Attorney General Gascon. Thank you. The next comment is from Glenn Robinson, and it reads as follows. Dear Council members, George Gascon is responsible for putting violent criminals back on the streets, including murderers, rapists, and gang members. Violent crime, including but not limited to homicides, has skyrocketed in Los Angeles County since Gascon has assumed office. He does not care about the laws, the victims of the violent crime, or the safety of the law-abiding citizen. I urge you in the strongest terms possible to make a vote of no confidence in George Gascon. The next comment is from Aaron Stearns and reads as follows. Please vote no confidence on Gascon. We deserve much better. Thank you. The next comment is from Gabriel Frank McFeeder, and it reads as follows. My name is Gabriel Frank McFeeder, a local high schooler at Gabrielino and an organizer of Black Lives Matters demonstration held in San Gabriel this past summer. Since that demonstration, the City Council has made positive strides towards tackling systemic racism. Resolution 2119 is a rejection of that progress. Attorney General Gascon's policy are not anti-victim, they are pro-victim, both for victims of crime and the victims of systemic injustice. Justice ought to be centered on rehabilitation, not retribution, and such is a paradigm of AG Gascon. A vote of no confidence against him is therefore a vote against tackling systemic racism and injustice. Do not stain San Gabriel's legacy. I strongly urge all members of the City Council to heed the advice, activism, and outcry for their community and vote against Resolution 21-19. The next comment is from Deborah Prado, and it reads as follows. George Gascon's policies are causing harm to our Black and Brown communities. Crimes has increased since he has been in office, and victims are not being placed as a priority. This is creating division within the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, law enforcement, nonprofit agencies that serve victims in our community. Please vote no confidence in George Gascon and protect our community before crime gets worse than it already is.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. The next comment is from Christina Tang and reads as follows. No confidence on George Gascon's policies. The next comment is from Cecilia Nunez, a San Gabriel voter, and reads as follows. There are currently protests happening in Pasadena over a police shooting of yet another Black man with no accountability or investigation, and yet some City Council members feel the need to force in with hardly amply time for public knowledge a vote of no confidence on the basis of the DA requiring basic accountability and attempting small reform of policing in our county. This rushed vote, an action one same member previously complained about this summer on several votes made on racial justice. The council member supporting this vote previously shared his skepticism to the existence of any racism or misconduct by our city's government or law enforcement as his justification for not supporting any previous actions taken by the City Council toward racial equity and justice this year. However, he also claimed he would be supportive of those actions in those places that need it. And yet at the first attempt by a county official to even experiment with the idea of reform or change in an attempt at equity, this immediately shows up on the agenda. Certainly, we cannot sit here and confidently say no action, policy, or operations ever conducted by LAPD, LA sheriffs, or any county police force could warrant review and change and still claim to support racial justice. The next comment is from Isela Bowles and the many neighbors from this city that stand strong to keep our safety, and reads as follows. City council members, as a longtime stakeholder of this city of San Gabriel, I urge you to support and vote yes for this resolution. It is imperative to remind every one of you that during every one of your political campaign, each one of you claimed that the safety of all community members was a top priority. There is another chance to show our community that you indeed care about our safety. I will caution some of you council members that not supporting this resolution will be another clear display of breaking your safety promises. It is time that you sweep aside your political agendas and keep your promise. Recently, you supported and asked for support for the passing of a higher sales tax, as the claim was to support and provide safety to all community members. If for some reason one of you are inclined to use race as a piece of justification to not support this resolution, then explain what, why, and how race has anything to do with safety. If you are inclined to use race, then focus on the victims of crimes. Who has expressed or given victims any protection? Do you think that the criminals give their victims any due process? Do you truly believe that our judicial system gives any victims due process? Take note that taking liberties and safety away from innocent community members is unconstitutional. Be strong to stand with your community to make sure their safety is your priority. A good beginning will be to support and vote yes for this resolution. The next comment is from Leslie Sutphin and reads, I am a concerned citizen and do not feel that George Gascon's policies and actions are keeping us safe. Therefore, I am urging you to vote no confidence regarding George Gascon. We need law and order, and we don't want our community to turn into a third world country. The next comment is from Laurel Long and reads, please get rid of this monster who threatens innocent people by releasing violent criminals and who sides with criminals over victims. Please stop him. The next comment is from Nancy Staples and reads, please vote no confidence on LA District Attorney George Gascon and his policies. This is extremely important for communities, victims, and the families of victims. The next comment reads, my name is Glenn Rivera. I am writing to urge a vote of no confidence in the policies of DA George Gascon. Please join the growing list of cities. We are banding together to drive him out of his position later in the year. Thank you. Danielle Avila writes, I vote no confidence in DA George Gascon. Charles E. Lovold says, never in the history of Los Angeles has such an evil and manipulative puppet been allowed to totally destroy the prestigious office of district attorney. LA is going to hell in a handbasket because of George Gascon. Criminals are not being prosecuted, hardened criminals are being unleashed on the cities, police are not being supported, and victims are not receiving justice. He must be stopped. Recall George Gascon now. The next comment is from Maureen Eisenberg and reads as follows. Respected City Council members of San Gabriel, the electorate was bombarded with deep pocket advertising and made a misjudgment. They did not re-elect DA Lacey and substituted failed San Francisco DA Gascon, who turned that city into a cesspool. They did not comprehend or inquire into Gascon's legacy. Please correct this mistake and vote no confidence. Society is built on the good behavior of its citizens. Justice is required. San Francisco has become a cesspool due to no personal accountability. Recall George Gascon, San Francisco's former DA, who destroyed that once beautiful city, now crime-filled. Gascon undermines society through radical, unsupported change versus incremental, thoughtful progress. Loss of capital and goodwill due to crime does not encourage community support of transformative, supportive services. Please make us safe again and create a better tomorrow. Recall George Gascon. The next comment is from Tiffany Sue and reads, I am a resident of the San Gabriel Valley and I support the vote of no confidence in DA Gascon. The next comment is from David W. Human of San Gabriel and reads, to all members of the San Gabriel City Council, I wish to express my outrage at many of the recent acts of George Gascon that have coddled criminals and insulted crime victims' families. I want every member of the San Gabriel City Council to vote no confidence in George Gascon. P.S. I wish to have an accounting as to the overall vote and the votes of each council person. The next comment is from Jorge de la Cruz and reads, I am a student at Gabrielino High School and I believe we should support the restorative justice reforms put forward by our LA District Attorney, George Gascon. We have voted for Gascon because we want change. I urge council members vote no on the vote of no confidence against Gascon. We should stand with our district attorney. Please, this is our chance for true justice for the future of this community. The next comment is from David Localio, resident of San Gabriel, and reads, regarding the City Council's consideration of Resolution number 2119, I urge all City Council members to vote no. Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon was elected by a commanding majority of voters. Expressing the will of those voters, he issued 9 special directives. Resolution 2119 is nothing more than an attempt by a disgruntled minority to block District Attorney Gascon's efforts. Across our nation, we are seeing attempts to overturn last year's election results. Resolution 2119 stands as another shameful attempt, an assault on our democratic institutions, fueled by fear, disguised as public safety and protection of the community. If approved, it will aid in returning us to the law and order policies of old, which failed in the past and will fail today. It adds fuel to the inferno of systemic racism. I ask each City Council member to stand on the side of democracy, to fully support policies that allow equal protection under the law for all, and see Resolution 2119 for what it is, a shameful attempt to overturn the will of the majority by an ever fanatic, ever desperate minority, all too willing to set aside our democratic principles. The next comment is from Chastity Jennings Nunez, MD, and reads as follows. To the members of City Council, you should choose not to act on Resolution 2119 and walk away from this action. I have written several times since May 18 explaining my beliefs. At this point, whether you believe in criminal justice reform or disagree with Gascon's special directives is not the point. This resolution will do nothing to change his position. It will, however, put San Gabriel in a minority of cities whose city councils have chosen to put them in opposition of a very powerful elected official. If, as an individual, certain citizens now want to remove an official who was duly elected by the majority of LA County residents, recall is an option. The LA County Registrar has approved the petition to allow signatures to be gathered. San Gabriel City Council passing this resolution does nothing to affect a recall effort and doesn't make a single citizen in San Gabriel safer. Vote no or choose not to take any action on this resolution. Sincerely. The next comment is from Sandy Roscoe, Executive Director of the San Gabriel Chamber of Commerce, and reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor Liao, Vice Mayor Ding, and Council Members Harrington, Menchaca, and Pu. I am voicing my very strong objection to the City Council even considering Councilmember Poo's alternate version of the critical resolution of a vote of no confidence. As a family man with a wife and teenage daughter, I am shocked and disappointed that Councilmember Poo is not in full agreement with taking every possible measure to ensure the safety and well-being of his family, as well as the well-being of every San Gabriel resident and business he took an oath to protect. Councilmember Poo, it is my opinion that for you to say the council should indicate they are expressing concern over the special directives that were issued and formally request that the district attorney examine the effects of those special directives is insulting and offensive. I think we should bring the hundreds of victims of criminals into the council chambers and have you listen as they recount their horror stories. Let's have all of you look into their faces and see the continuing pain, especially those victims of crimes perpetrated by repeat offenders, second and third strike criminals. I suggest you go visit the battered and abused women and children in shelters. Ask them how they feel about your expressing concern rather than taking a definitive stand against crime. It is my belief that this suggested alternate version is in reality a very clear support of District Attorney Gascon. This alternate version is not a protection of the residents or businesses of San Gabriel. Instead, it is a direct assault on the physical, mental, emotional, and financial well-being of our community. In my opinion, for this council to even entertain approving this alternate version is horribly irresponsible and shows a complete lack of leadership. To accept this alternate version is to betray the trust and confidence of the community and those voters who elected you to be their watchdogs and safeguard their well-being. Truthfully, this council would be attempting to appear to do good while not doing good at all. The council would be better off taking no action at all than to undermine the benefits of voting yes on a resolution of no confidence. There is a reason other city councils are approving similar resolutions. Those councils are taking a strong stand against crime and affirming they are serious about protecting their communities. Will each of you take a serious stand against crime? Does your heart truly belong here with the residents and businesses of San Gabriel or in your next political arena? It is time to show your true colors. The district attorney's job is to uphold and enforce our current laws. If he wants to create new laws and issue special directives, he can run for state assembly. San Gabriel City Council, either you are pro-community safety or you are pro-criminals and criminal behavior. There is no middle ground here. Thank you for your time and attention. The next comment is from Gilbert E. Magana. My name is Gilbert Magana, and I am a member of the San Gabriel Police Officers Association, SGPOA. I would like to thank you for taking up the important issue of DA George Gascon and considering the vote of no confidence in Resolution 2119. We are disappointed in the alternate resolution and believe the revisions are not aligned with putting public safety first. I would like to thank Councilmember Menchaca, who alerted us to this alternate resolution and confirmed that this revised resolution is not a vote of no confidence. As shown in the almost 100 public comments supporting the vote of no confidence, we believe the alternate resolution does not reflect the will of the community and your constituents. In speaking with several residents, business owners, visitors, and community members, we have learned that many people are alarmed with the recent spike in crime here in the city and the county and support the vote of no confidence. For example, 2 weeks ago during the council meeting where this issue was first being discussed, we had a homicide here in the city where an innocent 20-year-old male was shot to death in cold blood here in the city. Under George Gascon, the suspect in this case is only facing a couple of years, less than 7, in state prison. I and many community members do not feel that this is justice for the victim and his loved ones, and as a result, we are all less safe because of George Gascon. The SGPOA strongly urges you as the City Council to pass the original resolution affirming the vote of no confidence and put the safety of San Gabriel above politics and partisan loyalty. Voting for the alternate resolution does not put the safety of our community first and foremost, as it is not a vote of no confidence. 14 cities have addressed this issue, including the nearby cities of Rosemead and Arcadia, and every city that has addressed this issue has voted in favor of no confidence. If this alternate resolution is passed, the city of San Gabriel will be the first city not to vote in favor of no confidence. I fear that if this occurs, it will send a shocking message that the city of San Gabriel does not care about public safety.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's past 11 o'clock, so we should take a vote on whether to continue taking this item.
Yes, so is there a council member would like to move?
I'll move.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, do we have to vote on this?
Yes, you should.
Okay, city clerk, can you call everyone to vote on this?
Mr. Mayor, let me provide a little clarity. The way our rules of order work, whenever we have a new item that comes up after 11, the board is, sorry, the city council is supposed to decide that there's a need to take action on the item tonight and not at a subsequent meeting. I think though, Mr. Lazaretto, I think that I believe the way it's written, it applies to new items that are started after 11, not necessarily to items that are continued past 11. However, there's nothing wrong with discussing that issue and taking a vote now anyway. Just to confirm everyone's still interested in moving forward, and it sounds like that's where we are, so.
Okay, thank you, Keith. So I think, yeah, most of us, feel like we should continue with this item, even though this is very long meeting tonight, but we still have lots of agenda we haven't discussed it yet. So, but since it passed after the 11, I think we have to, by law, I think we have to vote on this because the health break.
So why don't we just take the vote then?
Yes, so we have the motion by Councilwoman Menchaca and second by Vice Mayor Dean. So that's, well.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
So we will continue and finish the public comments, correct, Mayor?
Yeah, that's exactly, yeah. So let me ask City Clerk, how many more public comments do we have? We have
Six,
left.
yeah, 6 left.
Oh, 6 left. Okay, so it's getting close. All right, can you continue with all 6 public comments?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The next comment is from Anna Ahmad and reads as follows. Good evening, Mayor Liao, Vice Mayor Ding, and Council Members Harrington, Menchaca, and Pu. I do not live in this city. I work in this city, and it is sad to hear what DA Gascon is doing to our communities. It is even sadder to hear the position of City Council Member Jason Pu toward Gascon's directives. It will affect us all regarding if we live or work in the city of San Gabriel. I was late to write a letter last time, but I am glad I can do it today. Jason Pu's alternative resolution is actually a support to Gascon's directives. It is a direct assault on the safety of San Gabriel residents and businesses. The council members are elected to represent the interests of electors, their safety, providing leadership and guidance. Holding them accountable is very important. Letting council members work on a personal agenda will destroy this city and put the police department at risk. Every life matters. Jason Pu's irresponsibility to do what is right when adversity comes, it is just a reflection of his lack of leadership. No council member should hold a personal agenda when the safety of the residents who elected him and the businesses are at stake. It is just wrong. Here are the misdemeanors that will receive no charges. Trespass, disturbing the peace, driving without a valid license, driving on a suspended license, criminal threats, drugs and paraphernalia possession, minor in possession of alcohol, drinking in public, under the influence of controlled substance, public intoxication, loitering, loitering to commit prostitution, resisting arrest. Resolution number 2119 is a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon is the right thing to do. Thank you. The next comment is from Angela Brunson and reads as follows. These opinions are my own and do not reflect those of my office or any other organization. Good evening. I am a proud resident of the San Gabriel Valley. I am a volunteer at Lower Bear Middle School and at Diamond Bar High School. I have been a deputy district attorney since 1997, and for the past 5 years, I have specialized in the prosecution of child pornography, online child predators, and internet crimes against children. My words and my actions demonstrate that the happiness, health, and safety of children and families in our community is of utmost importance to me, which is why I urge you to pass a vote of no confidence in District Attorney George Gascon. The policies and directives implemented by DA Gascon adversely affect the public safety. On Friday, May 21st, Loretta Ho and her son were stabbed and shot to death in Diamond Bar. The defendant's arraignment is June 17th at the Pomona Courthouse. I do not know the victims. I am not assigned to this case, but I do know that pursuant to DA Gascon's directives, our office will not seek the death penalty, not for this case, not for any case. And pursuant to DA Gascon's directives, our office will not seek life without possibility of parole, not for this case, not for any case. The alleged killer, at worst, will most definitely be released from prison, putting everyone in our community at risk. Think of the message this sends to family members of the victims, to law-abiding citizens, and to criminals. My cases involve defendants who were previously convicted of molesting a child or multiple children and served time in prison. These cases get assigned to me because these defendants are accused of possessing or distributing child pornography. Under directives issued by DA Gascon, I was not permitted to allege their previous convictions. I was forced to pretend as if these defendants had never previously raped their own 12-year-old stepdaughter, as if they had never previously sodomized their 10-year-old nephew, as if they had never served years in prisons for their previous crimes, as if it were their first offense. DA Gascon's policies also required me to seek a probation sentence without serving any time in custody. The criminal justice system is about the search for truth, but DA Gascon is thwarting that search, ordering prosecutors such as myself not to file hate crimes allegations, enhancements, or to completely refuse to file certain misdemeanor offenses that affect all of us. He is creating injustice for criminals, victims, and survivors. Our community is under attack. DA Gascon is aiding and abetting criminals to violate your property, your loved ones, your sense of security. Despite being a prosecutor for 23 years, I am helpless to do anything about it because DA Gascon has ordered me not to. Please join the 15 other cities that have passed a vote of no confidence in DA George Gascon. The next comment is from members of the San Gabriel Management Group and reads as follows. Honorably Mayor Liao and esteemed council members. On behalf of the San Gabriel Police Management Group, the group that represents the supervisory and management staff, would like to thank you for considering Resolution 2119. A vote of no confidence in Los Angeles District Attorney Gascon's unilateral special directives would send a clear message that his policies and directives have put our community members at risk. To be clear, we believe that DA Gascon's policies are irresponsible and destructive to our community. The SGPMG supports a vote of no confidence in DA Gascon's directives. There is no doubt that there has been an increase in crime overall. Under DA Gascon's special directives, criminal offenders in our community walk free while facing little to no consequences. This not only puts our community at risk, but it also puts police officers in contact with repeat offenders who are emboldened by Gascon's directives. We acknowledge that public safety is improved by diversion programs that keep juvenile offenders out of the criminal justice system, by economic assistance programs, job placement programs, minority outreach, and police community engagement programs. These types of programs improve overall quality of life in our community and currently exist in the San Gabriel Police Department and City of San Gabriel. Intervention is key, and these alternatives to incarceration address community problems in a way that Gascon's directives do not. Criminal offenders should be held accountable by the criminal justice system when such programs are no longer a viable option. It has come to our attention that an alternate version of the resolution has been submitted. The alternative version softens the language and changes the context of the original resolution from a vote of no confidence in DA Gascon to a resolution expressing concern over his special directives. This is a veiled attempt at dodging the issue and failing to take a stance at a time when our community leaders should be standing resolute in favor of community safety and victims' rights. It is not enough to politely ask him to re-examine his policies, as it is clear that DA Gascon has no interest in dialogue with his constituents. His office has declined invitations to speak, answer questions, or even accept feedback from communities about the actual impact of his unilateral directives. We, the San Gabriel Police Management Group, are in favor of a vote of no confidence against Gascon and reject the revised version of the resolution. You have a vote to cast. A vote of no confidence is a vote for victims' rights and an opportunity for you to impact your community regardless of political affiliation or partisanship. The SGPMG strongly urges the San Gabriel City Council to put public safety first and pass the original version of the resolution affirming the vote of no confidence. The next comment is from Francis Wang and Neighborhood and reads as follows. Good evening, everyone. First of all, it is an honor to be here to make my public comment for my community. My name is Francis Wang, and I am the resident and registered voter of San Gabriel since 2002. I am, on behalf of my neighbors, strongly urge all of the city council members to vote yes on no confidence in George Gascon for his attempt to put the community at risk. We need all the city council members' voice that we need a better and safe community. Tough on crimes equals safer community and less victims. As a 92 years old mom, I also have grandson and daughter. Safety is always my priority concern. I strongly urge the city council members to keep the original resolution and to vote yes on no confidence on George Gascon. Also, please stop playing the word game. Sincerely. The next comment is from Sean McMorris, San Gabriel resident, and reads as follows. Dear Mayor and City Council, I am writing to oppose the resolution of no confidence for District Attorney Gascon. I think it is inappropriate and partisan. DA Gascon has been in office for barely 6 months, yet he is being labeled as the cause of all our societal ills. This is ridiculous. This resolution is a political stunt meant to inflame emotions in order to lay the groundwork for dirty campaigning in the city's 2022 elections. Bringing this resolution to a vote is a slippery political slope that this city council ought not to go down. It sets a bad precedent and is hypocritical. Where was this council's resolution of no confidence when Donald Trump was in office? What about all of Trump's harmful policies toward immigrants and his loaded race and class rhetoric that has divided our country and spurred the current rash of hate crimes across the U.S.? Gascon is not responsible for that. Trump is. Yet, this council did not feel the need to vote on a resolution of no confidence for then President Donald Trump. If the city council goes down this road tonight, then I think the council should take votes on similar resolutions for all county, state, and federal politicians who represent San Gabriel. Be brave. At least one of you on this council wants us to believe this is a nonpartisan, non-political issue. I find that patronizing. Yet, if the council thinks resolutions of no confidence against elected politicians are appropriate, then do resolutions for all of the politicians who represent San Gabriel. Let's take a vote on the governor, our county sheriff, our county supervisor, our assembly and state senate representatives, the president, and our congressional representative. Do you still think this is a nonpartisan, non-political exercise that is appropriate for the city council to weigh in on? You are local politicians who were elected to represent residents of San Gabriel, not the county, state, or country. This council ought to stick to governing locally and abstain from making dog whistle political statements on behalf of residents of the city, which you quite frankly have no right to do. Who are you, after all, to speak for me regarding the quality of our county district attorney? You have every right to debate local policies and the quality of members of this council, but your mandate for representation ends there. This is a lose-lose vote you are taking tonight. Either way you vote, you will upset a significant portion of San Gabriel residents. And if past campaigning in this city is a predictor of what is to come, your vote tonight will be used against you in dirty campaigning in 2022. In short, this resolution is a bad idea. I urge the mayor and council members to either abstain or vote no on this political resolution. Sincerely. The last comment on this item comes from Catherine Cordero and reads as follows. I am not in favor of the City Council passing Resolution 2119. George Gascon is simply implementing the same policies he promoted during his campaign, based on the same campaign that the people of Los Angeles County supported and elected him for district attorney. Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes the comments on this item.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I believe this is very, very tiring for our city clerks to read 111 public comments. But out of 111, I believe 102, they support yes, and then 5 of them said no, and 4 says no actions. So, but anyway, I think it's about time for our council member deliberation, and because the time is so late now, is there a motion by any of you?
Mayor,
Yes,
if I may?
of course, Councilman Poole.
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, I didn't expect that my alternate resolution would threaten so many people and draw so much attention, but I still believe it to be the most principled response on this issue to identify the policies with which we really have a problem, the ones that truly threaten public safety. Because as I mentioned, some of the other ones that refer to youth justice and actually services for victims and their families are also part of the special directives. So it's I hope that the information that was presented earlier, both by myself and the other members who has spoke, helps to educate the community about what the these not all the special directives are about no cash bail or not charging misdemeanors, so forth and so on. The ones that are the ones that are specifically called out in my alternate resolution that we that I propose that we oppose. Special Directive 20-06, Special Directive 20-07, and Special Directive 20-08. And even 20, and as I mentioned, even 20-08 has been amended so that there are sentencing enhancements for hate crimes, and also many of the other categories which I mentioned earlier. If you want, I can go through it again, but I don't think that's necessary. In other words, I think that there is a lot of misinformation or incomplete information that's out there. And I think that the most principled response here would be to simply oppose the policies that we truly have an issue with, and say nothing with respect to the policies that the other policies for which I think there is reasonable debate on each side, but that is truly beyond the scope of our council to debate some of the other things. And honestly, some of those things are actually in favor of victims' rights and victim services. So that would be my plea to my colleagues here with respect to the alternate resolution.
Okay, any other council member have comments?
I have a comment, Mayor.
Yeah.
I would actually disagree with what Councilmember Pooh is saying. When you read the special directives, and I'll go through, for example, the youth crimes, so youth justice. So what's Diego Gascon is calling it youth justice, but in actuality, he's declining to prosecute youth at all. And that's what the deputy district attorney was discussing regarding it's actually there's a lot of unintended consequences. Now these will be used for crimes, just like they were prior to this. When you go through what it's trying to accomplish, it sounds great on paper, but in actuality, it's not doing justice for the victims of the crimes, because just because someone is a youth doesn't mean the victims aren't still impacted. So for example, they can come to your house, do property damage, there's no restitution, there's no, they can have altercations with police, with foster parents, they can do lots of harm to people, and they will not be prosecuted. It's an absolute bar on prosecution. And there's no factors that will change that.
May I respond, Mr. Mayor?
I'm in the middle. How do you respond when I haven't finished?
Okay, then please finish.
I didn't. Okay, I will. So when you go through these, he has a list of what I will call asterisk crimes. So if there's an asterisk behind one of the crimes, there are quote unquote no exceptions or factors for consideration associated with the charge that will be that will allow discretion from the prosecutor. And that's one of them is the age when it's a minor. They can wreak all kinds of havoc, and there will be no prosecution for misdemeanors. And just because something's a misdemeanor doesn't mean it doesn't cause harm. And I agree there should be diversion, but there also has to be discretion. There's a lot of differences in this. So when you read it, it sounds great. It says youth justice, but it's actually not justice as much as it is just not prosecuting. And I'll give you another good example. If you go to Special Directive 12, which is called it's called a victims support. In actuality, we already have that in the state. It's called Marcy's Law, and that you have a Victims Bill of Rights. What this Special Directive 20-12 actually reads, when you read it, it requires some of the things that are already mandated by law, by the California Constitution, and then it adds a few things such as if someone, for example, it says if someone is a victim of homicide via police, so if the police kill somebody, and it says regardless of whether it was justified or not, then the family will be treated as if they were crime victims. So it'd be similar as if someone came along and killed your loved ones, a criminal. But if the police do it, even if your quote unquote criminal loved one caused the entire altercation, drew a gun on a police officer, they're going to be treated as the victim. So these aren't, I wouldn't call it a victim's right resolution. It's as if, I think the deputy district attorney said it very well when he said, it's as if you got all of the defendants together and the alternate public defenders together and wrote these, which is actually where all of these came from. These were not written in the interest of justice, where you would have a meeting of the minds and people come together and say, what's best for everyone? This was really like, if you could let all of the public defenders write everything, this is what you would come up with. And that's why I still stand by the resolution as written. These need to go back to the drawing board. If we really want to protect ourselves, and I mean the residents of San Gabriel, we need to stand strong, show some leadership, and say, it's not that we have concern here, it's that, and to me, when someone takes the words, that were in this resolution and says, this is part of the red line, that we have concern to the extent that such directives contradict state laws. So in other words, we agree with everything you're doing unless it violates state law. There's a lot in here that I think the average person and the average resident does not agree with. And it has nothing to do with whether it's illegal or not, because some of the things have already been found to be illegal pending appeal. But once again, this alternate resolution is something that looks good on paper, it sounds good, but it's actually not doing good. We need to stand up, have a voice, and tell the district attorney, we do not support what you're trying to accomplish here. Whether someone voted for you or not, that has nothing to do with this. And people can say politics all day long, but it's not politics, it's safety. You don't politicize safety, you actually protect the residents. So I would still say that these special directives, we were fine before they existed. We have a criminal code. We have all kinds of charging guidelines. We have all kinds of state laws. And what these directives are trying to accomplish is to very much weaken the system that we have. and it's not to weaken it in a good way. So I stand by this resolution and believe that we should send a strong message to this district attorney and say, this is what you're doing to our communities. So yes, this is not something that the council takes lightly. It's not something that we've done in the past, and it's not something that's precedent setting unless another politician comes in and starts actually doing harm to our community. I think that, yeah, this is unique, and yeah, it does take. I am offended by these special directives. They're a direct attack on our ordered and civilized society. You're siding with the criminals. So no, I don't oppose them to the extent they're illegal. I oppose them, and I think that's the stance we need to take on this. I wouldn't support an alternate resolution because that alternate resolution, I agree with a lot of the commenters, it's actually supporting the district attorney's actions.
All right. In response, once again, Councilmember Harrington is misrepresenting the facts and also misrepresenting the language of the alternate resolution. He's also conflating the policies because Special Directive 20-09 is the directive on youth justice. He talked about it in a way that conflated it with the misdemeanor case management directive, which is 20-07. So just to read just the basic principles of the youth justice directive, the intention is here to try to rehabilitate and reach youth before they become hardened criminals. And I think, even the deputy district attorney who came to speak with us said that the biggest portion of discretion that was, taken away from the DA's office was being able to charge 16 and 17-year-olds with as adults, and that it creates a perverse incentive then that perhaps gangs or other organizations would utilize those minors to commit those most heinous crimes, the most violent crimes, and the murders and so forth, as a means of trying to escape, to circumvent the law. And I can certainly see that being a case. But that's also something that obviously I think does need to be adjusted. The directive itself, however, says basically that, and I'm just going to read it, I'm sorry, but our prosecutorial approach should be biased towards keeping youth out of the juvenile justice system, and when they must become involved, our system must employ the lightest touch necessary in order to provide public safety. A juvenile justice system must be family and child-centered, holistic and collaborative with other systems and communities in order to heal trauma, foster positive youth development, and promote true public safety. A juvenile justice system must incorporate research and data in order to create effective responses to crime and youth need. We must invest in community-based services, schools, health, and mental health programs, and other resources that allow all children to thrive, no matter their zip code, race, or gender. Any court involvement in a young person's life should be proportionate for the shortest duration possible and result in a pathway towards a better future for youth. And youth justice approaches should reflect what science and data clearly demonstrate, that youth are malleable and continue to mature until their early to mid-20s, affording the juvenile justice system a unique opportunity to support youth in achieving well-being. And then it goes on to talk about specifics of how filing and petition should be then implemented with respect to those overall policies. But to be honest with you, I think I personally would not oppose this directive. I think that the intention and direction is good. We're talking about trying to reach youth and rehabilitate them before they become hardened criminals. To the extent that there are some minors who are already hardened criminals, that could be a different case, and perhaps that would be the subject of a future amendment, in the same way that DA Gascon has amended even Special Directive 20-08 with respect to the sentencing enhancements. So again, I would say, and then with respect to the special directive on victim services, I'll just read this part here. The policy is: the Bureau of Victim Services will contact all victims of violent crime within 24 hours of receiving notification. This includes sexual assault, homicide, attempted homicide, domestic and intimate partner violence. Support will be provided to both victims and survivors, as well as any children witnessed or were indirectly affected by violence and crime. BVS, meaning the Bureau of Victim Services, will also contact the families of individuals killed by police and provide support services, including funeral, burial, and mental health services immediately following the death, regardless of the state of the investigation or charging decision. BVS will support survivors and all others harmed by violence and crime, regardless of immigration status, reporting, cooperation, or documentation. Immigration status will not be asked or needed to secure advocacy services, criminal victims of crime compensation, or restitution. BVS will establish a victim emergency fund to provide immediate financial resources to victims and family members impacted by violent crime. This fund will help to compensate for expenses not covered by the California Victims of Crime Compensation, including relocation, funeral, and burial costs, and essential needs such as food, shelter, clothing expenses. Additionally, BVS shall not require cooperation as a condition of offering services. Furthermore, deputy district attorneys are directed to immediately stop seeking body attachments for victims. So it's actually trying to mandate that victim services would be provided for a broader group of victims. Again, I don't think I oppose this policy, and I would urge and encourage my colleagues to also, think thoughtfully about each policy and whether or not, we want to brush, paint them all with the same brush. And let me just compare the resolution as originally drafted with my alternate resolution. So as originally drafted, it simply says, the City of San Gabriel strongly affirms a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon, and hereby directs staff to send the resolution to applicable and interested offices and organizations. The City of San Gabriel demands Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon rescind every special directive issued since entering office on December 7th, 2020 that contradicts, and here again, the original resolution is also limited to those that contradict state laws, undermines voter-approved initiatives, and risk public safety. The City of San Gabriel insists Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon uphold the laws of the state, whether they were passed by the state legislature or the voters of the state. It demands no new special directives be issued by the Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon which contradict these laws. The alternate resolution states the City Council of the City of San Gabriel is deeply concerned about the effect that special directives 20-06, that has to do with cash bail, 20-07, that has to do with the misdemeanor case management, and 20-08, which has to do with the sentencing enhancement allegation of certain types of crimes. So the City Council of the City of San Gabriel is deeply concerned about the effect that Special Directives 20-06, 20-07, and 20-08 issued by Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon is having and will have on public safety, and hereby directs staff to send this resolution to the Office of Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. The City of San Gabriel requests that Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon evaluate issues of cash bail, prosecution of misdemeanor charges, and sentencing enhancements on a case-by-case basis. Again, that goes to my earlier comments that all of these should be considered on a case-by-case basis, and rescind Special Directives 20-06, 20-07, and 20-08 to the extent such directives contradict state laws and risk public safety. City of San Gabriel insists Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon uphold the laws of the state in the best interest of protecting public safety throughout Los Angeles County. So honestly, I think that all of this is a lot to do about, it's not a lot to do about nothing. These are very important issues, but at the end of the day, I believe that it is a lot of political ginning. This is a lot of, targeting of me personally, as well as other members of this council, to basically be puppets in some kind of thing, some kind of larger political game, and trying to recall Gascon. I don't agree with all of his policies. I never said that I did, and by offering this alternate resolution, I'm reaffirming that there are definitely some of those policies which I think are not in the interest of public safety. But I do still firmly believe that we should not be considering or passing resolutions of no confidence in other elected officials, especially not if they, they were not only elected by the majority of the voters of LA County, but also the majority of the voters of the city of San Gabriel. If you look at the LA County voting records, it wasn't by a large margin, but there was still a slim margin of San Gabriel voters did vote for George Gascon over Jackie Lacey. Therefore, again, I appeal to my colleagues here to just say, look, if we have a problem with these particular policies, which I do think threaten public safety, let's speak about those particular policies. Let's leave the, no confidence in X, Y, or Z other representatives alone, and let's just move on, because there's actual real business that we need to do for the city of San Gabriel. This is an expression, I think, of our opposition to the policies of the district attorney with respect to cash bail, with respect to the, not charging misdemeanors, and with respect to sentencing enhancements. But at the same time, it's just, we now are, at 11:38, and we haven't even begun to consider our budget for the next year, which we were also supposed to discuss, and actually some important items on the consent agenda calendar that we haven't gotten to yet either. So,
all right, thank you, Councilman Pu, for your hard work. And well, my opinion is, we have to listen to the voters. Regarding the Prop 25. Voters just voted at the end of last year and say, hey, we want that cash bail system. So if DA Gascon ignore the voters' will, and he can just set up this special directives, and I don't think that's the right way to reform anyway. And also the mention about the 3 strikes law is being passed by the California voters, and the death penalty is the same thing. And you talk about the youth. As a matter of fact, the Prop 57, 64% voters approve, but for nonviolent cases, if there are nonviolent crimes, and then we should not put those minors into the adult court. So yeah, there's a difference. If it's misdemeanors, like I said, AYC is trying to help all these youth, and but these heinous, serious criminals, I think we have to treat them differently. But most important, because we're city council members, we have to work with our law enforcement members. The POA president spoke about this, and strongly, because he cannot do the job, or a police officer cannot do the job. If they want to prosecute misdemeanors and the DA won't prosecute them, then what's the effort? And also we heard from the police management group, they also mentioned that. And again, these are direct impacts in the city of San Gabriel. And you heard our police chief, Harris, the crimes have gone up so much, and we really have to do something, even though we're not part of any of these political action. We're not part of a recall action. We just want to say whatever DA Gascon has done is more than his job. He's supposed to enforce the law, not to create laws. Another example, we heard the public comments of people from San Francisco, and they know what has happened in that once a beautiful city now is in, someone says it's a cesspool, but I think I heard that the city is not in a good situation. So I'm determined to motion to adopt resolution number 21-19. So is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay,
Mayor, I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to speak on
okay,
this issue. You have a first and a second. Can we continue on with the conversation or the deliberation? Because
Sure.
the vice mayor also hasn't spoken. So may I proceed?
yes,
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you. So I'm going to unpack the issues two ways. The first one is I just wanted to kind of respond to some of the comments that were made this evening, as well as conversations that I've had. You know, there was a comment about, you know, Gascon was elected by a commanding lead of some sort. He got 53.5%. So I don't consider that commanding or decisive. In San Gabriel, he did get, he got 50.3%. He won by 92 votes. So again, it's not commanding, it's not decisive in any way. Tonight we had public comment. The tally that was given to us earlier this afternoon was we had 111 comments that were submitted, but only 23 were from San Gabriel residents. And out of the 23, 14 were yes on the no confidence. And the only reason I'm bringing that up is because in the past, you know, with other issues that we've addressed, it's always been kind of, you know, stated that why are we taking into consideration people outside of San Gabriel, that we should only be listening to San Gabriel residents. And I feel like you know, it's cherry picking. If they're on your side, then we do listen to people outside of San Gabriel. If they're not, then we don't. So I just hope that going forward, we can at least be consistent, that people from the outside does impact San Gabriel. We're not insular. You know, we are one big community. My biggest concern about this resolution is the fact that it could drag us into endorsing or condemning other elected officials. And I really want to avoid that. I'm glad the mayor has stated that this does not make San Gabriel part of this recall. It is a statement that we're making about the policies, period. But going forward, if there's any other resolution that comes to this council, I just would like three council members to at least acknowledge verbally that they want this on the agenda. That's our policy, and we didn't do that the last time. We were all kind of silent, and it was just assumed that it wasn't going to take a lot of time, and so therefore we just put it on the agenda. But I don't want this city to be dragged into those type of what I really consider political grandstanding by some. But then on the other side, specifically to the resolution, I don't agree on any kind of extreme directives or policies from either side, because it won't work. If you want long-term sustainable policies and practices that benefit quality of life, that benefit people of color, we have to work together. I don't agree on mass incarceration, but I also don't agree on mass release of criminals. And that's what's taking place right now. And again, it has to be collaborative and balanced. I don't see Gascon making an effort to outreach. It's been his way or no way. It's very unilateral. I've heard him speak and several times, and it's pretty much, you know, he's the boss. And so he's going to do it his way. I don't believe on one size fits all. And whether it's public education or whether it's public safety, it doesn't work. The revolving door, the releasing without consideration of the crime does not protect the public. Removing sentence enhancements that violate state law is wrong. He's acting as if he's a legislator, and he's not. He's supposed to be enforcing the laws. I think even more telling for me was also that his own prosecutors and former and current DAs are challenging him. I mean, that speaks volumes. I am not an attorney, but I have to take that into consideration. His policies and directives are crossing all party lines. I've heard tonight that, this is political. And I understand it is part is political, but it's gone beyond that. It's no longer a partisan issue. There are city council members from other cities who have voted yes on this. I know these people. They are people that I have marched with. I have, advocated with. This has really hit a chord. And, I don't agree that it's one political affiliation. Look at what's taking place. And then tonight, we haven't approved the budget yet. But one of the things we've said time after time after time is that public safety is a priority. We did not defund the police or our fire or any of our public safety. We did not defund them because public safety is a priority. So our budget reflects our values. And tonight, we've also had both the PMG and the POA, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back, Police Management Group and the Police Officers Association. They are stating very clearly that these directives and policies, they're blanketed, they're creating an unsafe environment, not only in our city, but throughout the county. I am not an attorney, as I said before, but I trust my public safety officers to tell me that these special directives are having dangerous consequences, that there are layers and elements in each of the directive that is making it hard for them to do their job. It's destroying morale, it's destroying victims, their families, businesses are worried. These are having serious consequences. And I really, I thought about this very hard. I think for me, one of the most compelling consideration that just hit me hard was the fact that victims are not feeling protected. And, we all agree there needs to be some level of reform, but this has gone to the extreme where victims are not being protected. They're being ignored. Victims are pleading. They want justice, and they're not getting it. And I understand, how hard it is. So for all these reasons, I will be voting yes on this resolution of no confidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Menchaca. Vice Mayor Dean?
Yes, okay. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all the more than 100 the public comments. Also, no matter they from where, and especially also for our San Gabriel resident. I hear both sides the voice, both sides the concern, and another things I just want to bring out. Okay, because someone is mentioned that we have the population, it's like 65% is the Asia community, but most people, because maybe they are first generation of immigration, so they have the language barrier. Because even today I have received a phone call. They want to put on some public comments, but because of the language barrier, they don't have a chance to have this kind of public comments, especially regarding this issue. And they call me, urge me, say you have to speak out for our community. It's I just roughly based on some, maybe it's not a San Gabriel resident, but also have some San Gabriel resident, and also have some Chinese, several organization. So they want me to say something. Okay, we are community definitely will be supported the reform, policy reform. The reform purpose is to have to justice, no justice, no pieces, right? So they want a community safety too. Okay, I think why because our current district attorney DA, the George Gascon, because I like some people mentioned that because this is a county issue, not a city issue, but based on our the association, the public comments, it's actually because they arrest the criminal, they have to send it to the DA to prosecute them. So the issue that's for him, the job duty, it's really affect our city, how is our police department enforce the law. Okay, that's why I previously asked him I think Eric Sidell regard the deputy the attorney regarding what's the DA duty, right? So his duty also is to uphold the law, right? Police enforce the law, they uphold the law to prosecute this criminal, make our community safety. Okay, actually, I think all the people, even 100 people, most people agree to the policy reform. Maybe have a different point of view, but but based on the DA duty, you cannot use your own personal opinion to say, oh, this is my think the way to do the reform, but it didn't have a chance to discuss some people. Even today, so like last time I helped some council member regarding try invite the DA office to come into explanation for him the directive. So I also asking the city manager Mark to do this kind of invitation from them, but they are respectfully decline. So I'm listening people. I want to listen to both sides the story, what's going on, right? But for the elected officer, I think that's our job. It's listen both sides the opinion. But this one, it's give me the wrong information. You are where the county elected officer. You should be listen. Even our small city, you should be listen us, right? That's a proper way to do that. Why he cannot come in to? We also support to the reform, but you have to listen. What's the proper way to do that? Not your own personal opinion. And also the make a law, you should be let the legislature to make a law. You have state legislature, you have the county and the city too, right? All our 5 council members, for my understanding, we make our city law, right? If we make a city law, the police help us to enforce the law, and the DA they say, hey, I just let them go. That's wrong, right? For the community, it's really like feel the community feel really feel the fear, especially for the victim. Okay, they really fear, even like a hate crime, right? So right now we want to give to the hate crime, the victim have the more confidence that we have the good justice system to have them create some confidence that we have a safety community. But looks like this direction, it's allow people to really fear. So these even last 2 weeks, I received a lot of phone call, and even our organization is discussed too. So we only have I think right now for this resolution, maybe it's the only way to express our city, the voice, to let the DA know, okay, you should be communicate with us. Even you think you are bigger, you are county, but our small city doesn't mean you not care our city, right? You should be care our community, what we saw, right? Maybe our city, some people support him, but also a lot for my community get information, especially for our Chinese community. So a lot of people really upset. They really fear about it. for this direction. So that's why, okay, I supported vote for no confidence. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Dean. So we got a motion moved by me and the second by Councilmember Harrington. City Clerk, can we have a vote now?
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
I'm going to vote no, but I'm going to actually say that it's because I agree in part and disagree in part. I mean, there's some of the directives that I actually think are positive. So I don't think that I really do disagree with the blanket statement about all of the special directives. So I vote no.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-1.
All right. That's a long line. I guess next one is presentation, COVID-19 briefing.
Mayor, I believe we now, Mayor, I believe we now truly do need to take a vote as to whether or not to continue the rest of the agenda.
That's right. For each item, before you take on the item, you're required to find that it's necessary to do it tonight as opposed to another time.
Well, yeah,
So it
that's
might be a good idea to look at, first start with what items appear to be on the agenda that need to be done tonight. I'm not sure if the budget qualifies, maybe something in the consent calendar, or maybe the consent calendar is an entirety.
yes. So let's do this. Let's approve the consent calendar because that should be easy to vote. And unless there are city council member want to pull any item for discussion.
I would like to pull an item just for, I have a quick question. That would be item I, professional services agreement with William Hills Monk Architects for architectural, urban design, historic preservation, professional services. And Jennifer Mermelard from the association is still on the line. She's been waiting, I think, for this. And I believe there might be a public comment too. So a couple of reasons.
Yeah. So well, what's your, okay, I guess we can go ahead and discuss that. And
Okay, yeah.
Question.
Yes. But should we have, are there any public comments? Shouldn't we go with that first?
City Clerk, have we received any public comment on this item?
We have
I'm
not,
sorry,
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Point of order. I believe our city attorney said that we actually must take a formal vote as to the necessity of doing the consent calendar, and we have not done that.
That's correct. I guess it could be well, yeah, we'd have to do that before we discuss the item.
Okay. So is there a motion to move the rest of the consent calendars except item I?
So the motion would be motion to consider the item tonight is past 11. So that's the first motion. And then the item itself would be a subsequent motion if the first one passes.
I move to consider the consent calendar, I move to that we can consider the entire consent calendar, even though we are initiating it past 11 p.m.
I'll second.
Okay. And I guess we have to vote on that. City Clerk, please vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
I actually had wanted to pull item I as well for separate discussion, so I would support moving the entire, or discussing the entire thing except for I.
Well,
Councilmember,
I'm sorry. Point of clarification on the original motion was to discuss the entire consent calendar, not necessarily to approve it. I don't see how we can actually, pull any of the items without.
So this is
voting
just to get you
discuss them.
started on the consent calendar. And if this passes, then you guys can do whatever you want with the consent calendar as you normally would, including polling items.
That was my
So-
intention.
I guess my question is it required to be done tonight? That's my question. We didn't discuss that, whether it is an actual requirement. Is there anything that's required to be done? That's city manager, that question.
Thank you, Councilman Harrington and members of the council. The consent calendar, there are a couple of items that are of a timely nature. We have a purchase of some equipment for a fiber optics project that the contractor or the seller is holding prices for us. And as you all know, prices are only going up. And we have a couple of other contract items that are sensitive to timing. And the items for the track, the final parcel maps are sensitive for developers. Everything after the consent calendar can wait until June the 15th. Specifically, the budget doesn't have a time frame except for being done by June 30th. And the CAT licensing ordinance can wait until June 16th, excuse me, as well. And the architect, I'm sorry, Councilman Harrington, the architect item can wait until June the 16th as well, if need be.
Thank you for the clarification, and I vote aye to discuss.
Was that a vote?
I voted aye to discuss the item. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Councilwoman Chaka,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, so now could I ask my
Yeah.
question? Okay,
Go
thank
ahead,
you, Mayor.
go ahead.
Okay, so for I, Jennifer, again, thank you so much for being here the whole time. My question is, your name was listed as the historical preservation staff who would be on this project. And so I just wanted to get clarification. To what extent will you be involved? I mean, will you be involved from beginning to end, or are you just there for, I don't know, 10 hours, 5 hours? Is it limited? You can just discuss that a little further with us, although it's midnight now, but if you can share.
Sure, thank you, Councilwoman Chaka. Hello, Mr. Mayor, and all the members of the City Council. Thank you. Happy to talk about that. I'm an architectural historian and a historian, and I would be the person on the project team that would address review of any projects that had a historic preservation element or any project that was related to a historic resource or a cultural resource. At this time, after a lot of discussion with staff from our first submittal of our response to the RFP and an interview and subsequent conversations, we're estimating that depending on the scope and complexity of any one project, I might spend anywhere from 1 to 4 hours on a project in review. Of course, it could be maybe up to 6, depending on if we have like a really large scale, mixed development type of project. So, and that's for project review. Now, of course, the number of hours I would spend a month would be dependent on how many projects we have. And that's hard for me to estimate. I'm sure you would know more than I would on how many projects that might involve me. But also I would be addressing anything else like besides project review, like initial eligibility assessment of a project to assist the staff in determining sort of the course of their investigation in the planning process. Also Mills Act applications. Also review of technical studies like CR reports or EIRs or the like. So there's a number of ways in which I could be involved, and those tasks would fall to me as the architectural historian on the team.
Would you be available if, for example, our Historical Preservation Commission would ask for you to attend one of their meetings so they can ask questions? Would that be part of your job description too, to make yourself available?
Yes, certainly, especially easily right now as it's virtual, but I'm fully aware that that situation may be changing in the future, near or far, and happy to come to San Gabriel and attend those meetings personally, address any comments, as well as City Council as needed.
course.
Okay, great. And I see there's a gentleman by the name of Ron Nestor. I'm not sure what your role is exactly, but you were nodding your head. Is there something else you wanted to say? Or?
I am the principal in charge. I'm a senior principal with William Hedge Mahal Architects. And I'm currently working with Jen on a historic building in Covina. We have a very good relationship. So over the 3-year course of our engagement with you, we'll be working together. We have one more person on our team, Julia Melissos from my office, and she would be the day-to-day person. But the 3 of us would be working on all of these things. But Jen in particular would be the historic expert.
Okay, because I'm not sure about Covina, but we do have a commission that's dedicated strictly to historical preservation. So I just want to make sure you understand that, and that Jen would make herself available for questions and just to be present with our commission so they can be part of this process too. Okay, thank you so much. And I guess I'm sorry, Mr. Nestor, did I cut you off? Did you? Oh.
That is our intention.
Okay, great. So I'll yield the rest of my time to Councilmember Harrington. I think he had a couple.
Yes, I believe Councilmember Harrington, you have a question for these 2 architects?
Actually, my question was more for staff. So I went through the package and I noticed that the original professional services sample agreement is much different than the one that was, I guess, was negotiated. And one of my questions was that it says there shall be no subcontracting or assigning, and my understanding is this is a subcontracting relationship. Is that correct, Mark?
Councilman Harrington, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know, Samantha, if you could answer that off the top of your head.
Yes, Councilmember Harrington, if you can repeat that question, on which page are we looking at in the report?
So in the original, the original sample template agreement on page 24, that nothing shall be subcontracted or assigned responsibility for any portion of the agreement. I understand we probably negotiated that away because it does not appear in the actual agreement that's put forth. However, there's also no key person clause, which if we're basing this on the fact that we have a subject matter expert, but then at any point that subject matter expert could technically be subcontracted to someone else, I just want to ensure the city has protections in place. Let's say that I don't want to mispronounce your name, but it's Miss how do you pronounce it? Mermiliad?
Thank you for asking. It's Mermiliad.
Mermiliad. So if Miss Mermiliad is not able or moves on somewhere, what rights does the city have to choose someone else that's an expert in historic preservation? That would be my question.
Yes, so in response to the first question, that is a template agreement that was attached to the RFP at the time it was issued to the public, and that item has been negotiated with the firm. The agreement is with WHA and their proposal to retain Jennifer throughout the scope and the term of the agreement, and that is staff's understanding with WHA.
I understand. I'm asking where the contractual protections are, though. I mean, I understand that's what the intention is, but I don't see something here that says that the city has to approve any change in subcontractors. They can't assign the entire contract, which that's kind of how the original contract read, that there can be no subcontracting, but then we took that clause away in the negotiated contract, which means there can be subcontracting. However, there's no key person, as well as there's no bar for subcontracting, which now we've just opened it up so that theoretically anyone could be put in place that that would be qualified, but we wouldn't have any say in that as far as.
Yes, that is a term of clarification that can be added, but I just want to confirm the contract. That's a part of the agenda.
Okay. Yeah, so that's really what I'm looking for, is like a key person clause, as well as some sort of qualifications that relate back to the RFP regarding historic preservation. Because my understanding is that This was done by staff and none of the commissions were involved. And I think this will closely relate with 3 of the commissions. So, I mean, I just want to make sure that we're protecting ourselves as far as we're getting the bill of goods that we're paying for.
If a majority of the council wants to insert that kind of language, I wasn't personally involved in drafting this and I wasn't involved in the negotiations, but I think I heard Mark say that this could be approved at a subsequent meeting. Is that correct, Mark, without interfering with the project? So if a majority of the council wishes, we can go back and talk to the contractor about these concepts, I think. I mean, and I hate to negotiate things in this format, especially after midnight, but would you guys be amenable to having that discussion?
Sure, I think he's, yeah, we can bring this item back, maybe next city council meeting, if staff have enough time to find that contract. Do we have to vote on that?
No,
I'm sorry.
I need to get direction from a majority. So
Okay.
so far,
So
we
this-
just had one
yeah,
council member expressing his views, but if that's the will of the majority, it's enough to simply not vote on this one, and you've given staff direction that I heard 2 concerns. One is subcontracting, the other is sort of a key man provision, I guess.
I said key person, but yeah, I guess.
Key person, sorry.
Don't put words in my mouth. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, so key person. would
Yeah,
be-
Councilman Fu, you have.
Yeah, I have a clarification. Can Councilmember Harrington, can you repeat the revision you're seeking with respect to subcontracting?
Yeah, so if we're going to just get rid of the bar to subcontracting, I really think we should at least retain some rights that the city is, if the subcontractor changes, the city has the right to make sure that the qualifications meet our standards. So some language to that effect. I think there was qualifications in the RFP and we should at least match those in the agreement.
And I'm sorry, this is coming up because Ms. Vermillion is a subcontractor of the firm. Is that correct?
That was my understanding from reading the item. I could be wrong, but that's the way it reads.
That's correct.
And not an employee. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. The original template agreement says there's no subcontract, but I'm assuming the proposal, yeah, you can negotiate that. That was just a template. And I'm assuming that's the structure that the staff agreed to go with, which I'm fine with. It's just we should retain some of our contractual protections. That's the only thing I'm looking for. Otherwise, I'm supportive.
Okay, I agree with that. And Mr. Nestor, I guess as the principal, however, then you would still be primarily responsible with respect to the company, I assume.
Correct.
Those are my comments.
And if I can just add to it too, you know, besides WHA being around for, 40 years now, we, rest assured that, our company is well established, and Jen as well is, it's also very well established. So the understanding when we were all coming together to do this was, we were in it for the long haul. So I don't think that there was any doubt, without some unforeseen thing happening, which, as we all know these days, you never know, but, is that we're in it to be the team. And the beauty of the team that's been put together that's in front of you tonight is that we all have bring things to the table that can really help your guys' city in this arena. I mean, Ron and Jen have an amazing amount of experience in doing this, and that was the whole reasoning for this team coming together to propose to you guys was that everyone can fit to plug and play and support each other. So although we're consultants, we really can service as a team and fill in roles within each other and amongst each other to make sure that we're servicing you guys to, the best ability.
Okay, thank you. So I think the
Mayor?
majority, yeah, Councilman Poole.
Oh, I'm sorry. If that ends the discussion on that item, I wanted to also ask a quick clarification question on item C.
Okay, item C. Go ahead.
So just as a background, this is with respect to at least, I guess, laying the conduit for future fiber optic communications for the city's traffic signals. So for this particular contract, it's just from, it's Las Tunas from San Gabriel to the western city limit. So I wanted to clarify with Greg or maybe with Mark here, what then about the eastern portion of Las Tunas and other major thoroughfares, through the city, because there will already be, I think, Valley and San Gabriel Boulevard, but then would we still be able to utilize the fiber optic network for street signals east of San Gabriel on Las Tunas and along other major, arterials in the city?
Thank you, Councilman Pu, and I'll let Greg chime in after I'm done because it looks like he's having some technical difficulties. But the short answer is this segment was chosen because we're tearing up the street in a few weeks to months to do that section of Las Tunas. The other streets that you mentioned, the Valley and San Gabriel, are all included in, or are both included under a separate contract that actually the contractor is going to be laying that conduit. But because we're coming through with a paving project on that section of Las Tunas, we thought better to have the city crew tear that up and install the conduit ourselves less expensively than to have a contractor come back in the future and do that after the street has been repaved. And,
Absolutely.
All right.
I think Greg's audio. So if I may, then, I know that the eastern portion of Las Tunas was just recently paved a few years ago. Is there a plan to complete the network so that all of the traffic signals could benefit from this? And frankly, if we're able to lay more cable, more fiber optic cable than is just necessary just for signal synchronization and so forth, could even potentially be used for commercial purposes?
Absolutely. And Greg and I have been talking about that quite a bit. And as you said, not just for synchronizing all of our signals and being able to control those from one central location, but also, as you said, to be able to rent out or lease out those empty conduit cables or conduit runs, so that contractors can pull cable through there and we can charge them for that. And not only will we be able to make money off of that, but we also have our streets then not get torn up in the future when a contractor comes back through. So we're looking at a plan to eventually have conduit in all of the major thoroughfares so that we can connect up all of the city facilities. We're also looking at potentially some conduit was laid as part of the Ace Trench project. So we would be eventually able to connect our city facilities to that conduit as well. Our public works yard to City Hall and the police department so that we would have redundancy with our computer network as well, which would be an added benefit to doing all of this.
Right.
Can you hear me now?
We can,
yes,
Greg.
I can't believe I waited this long and my phone died as soon as I had a question. Yeah, I'd like to address a little more. It is related to the Metro funded project that initially in our approved scope was Valley and San Gabriel. And we revised the scope and they approved it this way that if we could afford to do more corridors, they would fund additional corridors. I jumped on doing Las Tunas because in the upcoming paving project, we're going to be resurfacing Las Tunas, and I certainly don't want to dig it up after we finally pave it and make it nice. And this purchase of material and using in-house labor, not counting the cost of labor, it costs about 10% of actually contracting it out. To address what else can it be used for, our intent for the entire project is to bore a 4-inch conduit. Within that conduit, we pull 4-inch, 1-inch interduct conduits that separates different corridors. And we only need one for our entire fiber connectivity of all our signals, including a run back to the public works yard for a control center. We will have 3 empty conduits, 1-inch conduits within that conduit that could be leased for conduit space, or we could pull fiber and lease dark fiber. There's a couple future options. And there's also a chance that this cost will ultimately be reimbursed by Metro, but because we didn't do our primary streets that were initially approved, we don't know if there's leftover money at this point. But I'm pitching this as a real bargain. It is roughly 10% of us hiring a contractor to do the same amount of work. And it is important to jump on it because prices are going up. They've agreed to hold the price till the council meeting, and they're even holding the material because they're selling out. Materials are hard to get. There is a construction frenzy going on and prices are way up. And I'm hoping to start the paving project soon in this summer. I'll be doing a presentation to council at the very next meeting if it stays on the agenda that will be addressing the next paving project.
Wow, that's good news. Great.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And
So I guess the long story short, though, is that this is just the first phase of I think there could be other sort of more piecemeal projects to lay the conduit for some of the other major arterials, but this one had to be done also because it is the timing of it and the repaving of the western half of Las Tunas. Is that the
That is correct. We're kind of jumping on what would be the third phase first because of the paving, and just for curiosity, the next major phase, if we have enough money, will be Del Mar.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you very much for the clarification.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Pu. So is there a motion to approve consent calendar except item I?
I'll move.
Well,
Is there a second?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're
I'll
not
move to
done
the-
yet?
No, but
Oh.
there's no reason to only approve item I. We should
No,
move
no.
if you
A through J except item I.
accept item I.
Yeah,
Okay.
we will bring item I back, maybe next council meeting. So I have motion by Councilmember Menchaca, and the second, I'll second it.
With point of clarification again, so we are moving to approve consent calendar items A through
J.
no, A through H and then item J. Is that correct?
The only item that is not approved is item I.
Yeah, it's all consent agenda items except for I. So that's A through J except for I.
Okay, and then Mayor Liao, you seconded the motion, correct?
I have second.
Okay, thank you.
All right, City Clerk, please, the vote, please.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Well, next item, please.
Mayor, I move that to continue the discussion of the budget of the remaining items on this agenda till either a special meeting or our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. Well, let's vote then.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Menchaca,
Aye.
Councilmember Pu,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dean,
Aye.
Mayor Liao.
Aye.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. So are we gonna have city manager's report? So late.
I have nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
How about council member comments and conference meeting reports?
I have a brief one. I would like to ask that for the next meeting in June that we have an LGBTQ Pride Month resolution.
Okay, thank you. Any other council member?
Nope, I second that.
What about conference report? Yeah, I see Vice Mayor Dean.
Yeah, I think that we have the part of the San Gabriel line covered. Tomorrow have the vaccine and the testing was is it tomorrow or Wednesday? I forgot.
Yes, tomorrow is Wednesday.
It's actually today now.
So yeah, so I already confused.
It is Wednesday. This is Director Perez. It is Wednesday. They're here.
Yeah. So is it Rebecca, is that right?
Yes, it's Wednesday. It's tomorrow. It's today, Wednesday, June 2nd from 9 to 4. They'll be on site. And while pre-registration is suggested, they will accept walk-ins as well. And they'll be offering the Pfizer vaccine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Dean, I can say, yeah, this is a new group that we work with. It's the Remedia Care, and they will administer Pfizer vaccines and from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock p.m. at the San Gabriel Mission Playhouse. And the Hope Lions Club will provide free mask, free hand sanitizer, and best of all, a chance to win $25 million. So they offer free Super Lotto tickets. So anyone's, welcome to have this destination at the Playhouse tomorrow. But I have a good news, because I attend meetings and there are $200 million available from Congresswoman Debbie Dingell for water districts to clean out the PFAS. And also, League of California City is asking $225 million to all the cities. How they divide it is through population. It is to support that SB 1383. Some of the city haven't done anything, so yeah, they're asking for a 1-year delay, but I don't know will the state legislator will approve that. But anyway, the League of California City is asking $225 million from I believe this it's available money, but I don't know. Again, I think we'll get it, and cap and tray is the funding, and we haven't used that money for a couple of years. So I think 225 to help this organic waste disposal. So it's good news. All right, so it's getting too late. The time is 12:30. Now I'll adjourn the council meeting till Tuesday, June 15, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. So thank you so much to all these hours. I couldn't believe it. It's just taking so long for just one item. But yeah, it's better to get it done. All right. Have a good night.